especially how to fall properly. Class levels range from beginner to freestyle, where you'll learn basic jumps, spins, and footwork. Classes are taught by York Ice Arena skating instructors from White Rose Figure Skating Club. No skates? No problem. Skate rental is included in your registration. Or get on the ice for our York Ice Arena hockey programs. York Ice Arena coaches will focus on teaching proper techniques needed for anyone interested in playing hockey. Rental equipment is available for beginning players, both boys and girls. So get on the ice. Learn to skate. Learn to play. Sign up now. Group skating lessons and beginners hockey programs are forming now. Plus, York City residents get a 50% discount. Register today. Go to yorkskate.com and click on program info. York Ice Arena, the coolest place in town.
WellSpan has helped many professional, student, and recreational athletes stay at the top of their game. And they can do the same for you. Our winning team offers everything from concussion management and sports nutrition to physical therapy and more. For more information, call 877-482-5420 or visit wellspan.org/sportsmedicine.
Get into the ball game with great savings and great weekly specials at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Use your gold card every time you shop and you'll automatically receive your savings and rewards. And you'll get incredible deals on the new Best Yet brand products at Nell's, Saubles, Wetzel's, Chris's New Oxford, and Stauffer's Downingtown markets. So get into the game with some great savings at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Always a hit and always a great catch.
Are you dreading the impending doom of planning your company or group holiday party this year? Are you looking for something new and fresh of built-in catering and event planning? Well, the York Revolution has the solution for you. Our White Rose Hall offers a unique event space for groups of up to 200 people and is available year-round. Your event at Santander Stadium can be customized to fit your needs and budget with full-service event planning, catering, and the unique allure of the ballpark setting. In addition to holiday parties, we can host any type of business or group function. For a facility tour or to book your space today, please call the Apple Chevrolet ticket office at 717-801-HITS or visit YorkRevolution.com.
Join me, Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Revs getting set to host the Patriots tonight. Take a look at our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. And around the league tonight, it'll be Camden at Long Island, Bridgeport at Sugar Land, and of course, Lancaster at Southern Maryland. That game begins roughly the same time as ours, so we will have updates. Last night, Lancaster was down 5-2. They would come back and win 6-5. At Southern Maryland. So the Freedom Division standings now, Lancaster 26-15. The Revs are 3.5 back. Sugar Land 8 back, although they've won 4 in a row in their series at home against Bridgeport. Southern Maryland 11.5 back, having dropped their third straight. Hopefully they can get that turned around while hosting Lancaster this weekend. Liberty Division standings, Long Island has made a surge to the top, winning 4 straight and 9 of their last 10. They're 23-18. A game in front of Somerset, who's already in. 2 games in front of Bridgeport, who may be fading. They've lost 4 straight in Sugar Land. Camden is 6 back at 17-24. And one other note from last night, the game in Sugar Land, the Skeeters winning on a wild pitch in the bottom of the 9th inning. The final against Bridgeport was 2-1, and in that game, Matt Wright was outstanding, but he announced that it was his final game. Matt Wright, one of Sugar Land, well, really Sugar Land's all-time ace, if you will. They're all-time leader in wins and starts and strikeouts and everything. Last night was his final start. He announced his retirement, so he took a no decision, but the Skeeters won the game. And that is what's going on our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard tonight. We'll have updates throughout the evening, of course. Coming up next, Mace joins us on the Broadway Transmission Manager's Report. Stay tuned for that.
We're everywhere. Listen on the go with the WOYK mobile apps. Download today at WOYK1350.com.
Nobody can turn your backyard into a backyard paradise better than Paradise Landscaping and Hardscaping. The outdoor pros at Paradise offer full outdoor maintenance, landscaping, hardscape design and installation. And when it comes to fall planting, mulching, and cleaning up fallen leaves, you're in luck, Revs fans. Call before September 1st to schedule your fall cleanup and clean up with 10% off. Estimates are free, fully insured. Call 577-6234 or check them out on Facebook. Paradise Landscaping and Hardscaping in York.
Payne doesn't take Sunday off. Neither do we. We're open weekdays 8 to 8 and weekends 9 to 6. Just walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics, 2319 South George Street in York, across from the Apple Hill Health Campus. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today.
Are you getting pumped for another year of high school football? Well, all this month, Sports Radio 1350 WOYK lays it all out for you in the High School Football Spotlight. Presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Catch a preview every day in August on Sports Radio 1350 as we break down the teams and the players of the 2015 York Adams League. Or go to WOYK1350.com to access this year's complete lineup of high school football previews. Then, this fall, every Friday night, it's the High School Football Game of the Week. Presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine and only here on Sports Radio 1350.
Hey sports fans, great news. Now you can listen to Sports Radio 1350 anywhere with the new WOYK mobile apps. Stranded in Siberia? No problem. Kidnapped by wolves? It's not as bad as you may think. Wherever you are, WOYK is with you on the brand new mobile apps. York's only local sports station just went mobile and global. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Fans, it's time to go inside the clubhouse. For the latest on your York Revolution and tonight's matchup, it's the Broadway Transmission Managers Report. Now, here's Atlantic League Manager of the Year, Mark Mason.
All right, Mace, the ninth inning last night, you guys sure made things interesting, and obviously it started with one of their pitchers struggling with his control, but you had to be happy with, not giving away at bats and being pretty patient to get into that situation, I would think.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We, we didn't fold the 10 up and just chase balls out of the zone, which you see a lot of players do that, in the league in general and at every level when the game is really out of hand in the ninth inning. It's rare that you see guys be patient enough to do what we did last night in the ninth inning. So I thought that was pretty impressive by our guys.
Big night from Wilson Valdez, and he made it interesting with that swing in the ninth inning. I'm wondering if he had anything colorful to say about his newfound power last night when he got in, because he generally is one of the characters on this team.
No, he didn't say much. I mean, he was excited, obviously. You could tell by his reaction the previous at bat when he thought he might have hit a home run that time. But no, he was excited. And today when we took batting practice, we always have a home run round in his group, and I told him that he would be the favorite in the clubhouse today. And his group is Patterson, Nash, Perez, Pounds. So usually he's definitely not the favorite in that group. But today I made him the favorite. But Perez won the round today.
Well, has the second half situation rejuvenated him and maybe everybody? I mean, maybe it's been that way for everybody, but a veteran guy like him, do you think that, being in the race and hitting that restart has really kind of given him a restart on things too?
I think it has for Wilson and a lot of the guys, and probably just about everybody. If you were a player that was here in the first half, especially toward the end of the first half, when you have no chance mathematically to win the half, sometimes those games and those weeks, those couple weeks, they seem really, really long, and it's easy to get down and feel tired, those kind of things. But I think right now everybody has good energy, a good pace in their step, and there's some excitement. There's a buzz in the stadium too. You can tell that this half is a little different than the first half. The fans, you can feel the electricity here this half, and last night I thought was a lot of energy coming from the crowd, especially early on. But we have some important games coming up. I mean, I hate to lay the whole thing in the next 5 days, but the next 5 days are pretty big for us in determining what's going to happen here the rest of the way. So if we have a 5-game bad stretch, does that mean it's over? No, because you still have 25 games left. But when you don't play many games in your own division the rest of the way, you're trying to take care of business, and then you need help. So right now we're in a situation where we can handle our own business, and we're going to have to make a good run at that between now and Thursday.
Well, aside from just the ninth inning last night, it seems like your team's approach at the plate has been different in a good way and much more patient. Is there anything that you can pinpoint as a reason or a certain time when that started to change for your guys, a lineup as a whole?
Well, I think it's something that we talked about a lot, but we weren't really putting it into practice as much as I don't want to say as much as we should have, but as much as we were able to. We were just not those kind of hitters at that time of the year. But I think now the guys have understanding of how they're going to be approached by the other team, and I think it's not always the part about hitting is pitchers are going to make mistakes, and when they make mistakes, those are pitches that you have a really great opportunity to do something with. But when pitchers don't make mistakes, you have to be able to adjust to what they're doing. And if that means going out of your comfort zone to try to hit the ball the other way and be more patient and let the ball get to the plate and not try to dive out there and get it, I think when you start doing those kind of things, you start getting the results that we're getting. And, I think the guys are understanding that. Is it hard to hit a baseball? Absolutely. But I think you have to have approach to go up there and do it successfully, and I think we're doing that right now.
Well, tonight you've got Hunter Adkins making his home debut, his second start overall. If you pick anything from the first outing, is there anything specific that you're looking for tonight that's a key for him to focus on?
Well, I've talked to him, and I believe Fletch has too, but I've talked to him about being more aggressive in the strike zone early in the count. I think sometimes young guys, when they come into this league and they look at the roster and they say, okay, the first 4 guys are former big leaguers, and I'm an A-ball pitcher or a rookie pitcher, that I think it makes them wonder about if they can be successful. And when they start questioning themselves, they start pitching to the most minuscule part of the plate, which is the black on the corner. And if you're going to throw to that, even if you make the pitch you want, that doesn't always mean the umpire is going to give it to you. I think you need to challenge hitters and just keep the ball down in the zone. And I don't care what level you play at, you have to be able to keep the ball down. And you want guys to swing. You can't be afraid of guys swinging in contact. So, I just think that's all part of pitching. You got to keep the ball down, you got to move it around, but you got to throw it over the plate. And you can't expect veteran guys to chase pitches down in the dirt, which I think in Southern Maryland he was throwing a lot of stuff down, but it was out of the zone, pretty much out of his hand, and they were taking a lot of those pitches. So I just think tonight, hopefully, he got the jitters out of him in Southern Maryland. He can go out there and relax. We know he's a good pitcher. His numbers prove that. But, coming from the same league that Oliver came from. Mm-hmm. So we saw what he was able to do last night. So, Hunter has a lot of the same type numbers that Oliver had. So we'll see what happens tonight. But I just hope he goes out relaxed and is, stays within himself and just gets a good rhythm and gets going.
All right, Mace. Thanks a lot. Good luck tonight.
Yep, thank you.
All right, that is Revs manager Mark Mason on the Broadway Transmission Manager's Report. Another big crowd here on this Saturday evening. Fireworks will follow the game. And absolutely picture perfect for baseball tonight. Temperature is 80 degrees, low humidity, and not a cloud in the sky as the Revs take the field and look to even things up here tonight after a valiant comeback effort that at least got the tying run to the on-deck circle in last night's game. Hunter Adkins making his first home start. Mickey Story will go for Somerset. We'll have the starting lineups and first pitch for you coming up next.
You're running cross country. No one understands how they keep score. Your friends and family don't understand why you do it, but you understand how it makes you feel. So does Flying Feet. Flying Feet. Flying Feet Sports Shoes has been supplying running shoes and apparel to Central PA's best since 1975. Their staff is made up of runners and coaches who understand your pleasures and your pains. If it's running or cross-country related, Flying Feet knows about it. And with the area's best selection of running shoes, running spikes, and running apparel, there's no good reason to shop anywhere else. Worried about prices? Didn't you hear? Flying Feet is a specialty athletic store with specialty store prices. Come see their selection of the best running shoes and spikes for men, women, and children. No matter what your size, your width, or your ability level, Flying Feet has a full line of running apparel and accessories. So run, don't walk, and talk running with a staff who knows. Flying Feet. Flying Feet Sports Shoes, 1511 Mount Rose Avenue, York, just off exit 18 of I-83.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Do it for me. Do it for America.
Rich Eisen.
Looks like Mark Sanchez, this is his team now. And he dropped a 50-yard dime on Jeremy Macklin in his first pass attempt. And Jason Peters says he didn't know it was Sanchez back there. He didn't know that Foles went out. He turns around to celebrate with his quarterback and give him an attaboy. And it's Sanchez.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports. Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Game 2 of a brief 3-game weekend here at Santander Stadium. Revs looking to make the most of it before heading back on the road again. And Hunter Adkins ready to make his first home start. Somerset's lineup tonight brought to you by Flying Feet. Robert Andino at shortstop will lead things off. Aaron Eggleston in left field is hitting second. David Vidal, the third baseman, bats third. Michael Burgess in right field will hit cleanup. Mike Wilson is the DH. He bats fifth. Ricky Claudio, the start in center tonight, is hitting sixth. Adam Donahue at first base bats seventh. Nate Spears, the second baseman, hitting eighth. And James Skelton behind the plate tonight will bat ninth. Again, it's Andino, Eggleston, Vidal, Burgess, Wilson, Claudio, Donahue, Spears, and Skelton for Somerset. For the Revs tonight, they will have Jose Constanza leading off in center. Wilson Valdez, the third baseman, hits second. Batting third in left field is Eric Patterson. Brandon Boggs in right field will hit cleanup. And Andres Perez at second base bats fifth. Hitting sixth is the designated hitter Jacob Calderon. Talvin Nash at first base bats seventh. Hitting eighth and catching is Luis de la Cruz. And Mikey Reynolds at shortstop bats ninth. Again, Constanza, Valdez, Patterson, Boggs, Perez, Calderon, Nash, de la Cruz, and Reynolds for York. And those lineups are brought to you by Flying Feet. Hunter Adkins set to go. Robert Andino makes his way to the plate for Somerset to begin things tonight. Absolute beautiful night for baseball here, and our Dasher Investment Services first pitch is down low. We are underway just as the stadium clock rolled over to 6:34. There's the wind and the 1-0 to Andino, and he looks at a strike. Fastball at 90 from Adkins, who went 4 1/3, charged with 5 runs on Monday in Southern Maryland. Pitch is down low, 2 balls and a strike. They allowed 1 in the first, had a scoreless second, 3 in third, but came back with a 1-2-3 fourth. There's a swing and a fly ball to right. Boggs heading back on it, deep in right, reaches up, he runs it down. Brandon Boggs, the start in right tonight, and that ball carried, but he tracks it. Onto the track in right is where he finished. And it's a loud first out. But Adkins sets down the leadoff man. Now one away, and Aaron Eggleston will bat. Eggleston second in the league in on base, fourth in hitting. First pitch is right down the middle, a called strike. 91 on that heater. On the wind and the 0-1. And it misses outside. The plate ump tonight is Bill Reuter. Joe Del Blaso at first. And Buzz Albert at third base. 1-1. And a swing and a foul straight back over the roof. Eggleston at 304 with the average. We mentioned ranks fourth in the league. He's been on base safely 48 of his last 51 games. Wind, the pitch, and it's down low, 2-2. Had a 20-game hitting streak at one point recently. Pitch, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out, went right at him with the fastball. And Adkins with his first strikeout of the night. 2 down here in the top of the first. Had 2 strikeouts at Southern Maryland on Monday. One thing, in 4 1/3 innings in that game, he threw 94 pitches. They want him to be more efficient and attack more. Here's David Vidal, and he looks at one down low. Batting at 264, 7 homers, 50 batted in. 1-0 pitch, and that's down in the dirt. The Revs tonight are in their alternate whites with the shoulder stripes. Revs scripted across the front, and the gold hats tonight have made an appearance. Somerset all road gray, as Vidal takes a strike over the outer half. The wind and the 2-1. Swinging a ground ball to short. Mikey lines it up. A step to his left. He'll sling it across to first, and that's the inning. A 1-2-3, top of the first for Hunter Adkins. His first 3 batters faced on his new home mound. At the end of a half inning, it's the Patriots nothing, the Revs coming up.
Hi, this is Tom Dasher, president of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in retirement planning and strategies to meet individual personal goals. Whether you are looking for wealth accumulation or to maximize your retirement income. Oh, heck, this is sounding just like another commercial. Hey, listen, it's this simple. We use risk-free investment vehicles, whether you are looking to still build wealth accumulation or you want retirement income or a combination of both. It is all about getting your money parked in the place that will benefit you the most. If you want to do that, call me. My office number is 246-3879, or my mobile is 487-2096, or contact me at my new website at tomdasher.com.
An invasive pest that's already killed millions of ash trees is bearing down on our communities. The emerald ash borer, or EAB, means certain death for every ash tree it infects. The good news is that you can protect your property's ash trees with help from Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. Our EAB prevention methods are effective, environmentally safe, and less costly than removing your dead tree, which is the only alternative to prevention. Learn more at heritagelawnandlandscape.com.
Revolution! Are you brave enough to come out for Daredevil Night, August 23rd? Summer is in full swing at Santander Stadium. 2015 brings incredible entertainment, amazing giveaways, and of course, fireworks. Daredevil Night will feature a motorcycle riding a tightrope and Mad Chad, the chainsaw juggler. All aboard the Revolution Express. Revolution!
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
His score as the Revs come to bat facing right-hander Mickey Story. For Somerset is 8-3, fifth in the league in wins, a 2.69 ERA and 14 starts. And Jose Constanza will be the first to face the slender righty, who delivers home, and a cutter right through for a first pitch strike. Constanza hitting at .305 coming in the night. Story kicks and delivers, and it's inside as Constanza backs up. Story in 83 and 2/3 innings, just 64 hits. Opponents hitting only .213. 13 walks, 66 Ks. The next one is a called strike, down and in. Constanza was backing up after a fake bunt. Didn't really sell it, just a little show of it. Now the 1-2, and he swings, gets a piece. A curveball chipped foul, and Story with a ton of curveballs. That is to be expected. One of the best that the Revs will see this season, probably. Slow, big hook. He deals, and there it is, and it froze Constanza, who's down on strikes looking. That is a huge hook that Story just snapped off, and they will see a lot of that tonight. He got off to a dazzling start to begin the season and was then signed by the Dodgers after 5 starts, in fact. Through 5 starts, he was 4-0 with a .093 ERA, 3 earned runs in 5 starts. He has not allowed an unearned run all season either. 25 earned. Here's Wilson Valdez, who pulls the arms up. Pitch misses in. And Valdez, 4 for 5, 2 doubles and a grand slam last night. A 1-0 pitch, and it's in for a strike. Fastball down in the zone. Over the last 21 games, Valdez hitting .380. He's raised his average over 30 points. Pitch, he tries to bunt his way on. It lands. Oh, Skelton oversteps it, throws it away down the right field line, and Valdez will cruise into second, and he's there with 1 out. It'll be a bunt single and a throwing error on Skelton on a bizarre play in front of home plate. Valdez looked like he jabbed at it a little, and it may have actually created backspin. That thing checked up when it landed just inside the first base line, right in front of the left-hand batter's box. And it surprised Skelton, who ended up overstepping it. He thought he was going to have to chase it. It hit the dirt and checked up. And then Skelton, from his knees, reaching back for the ball. Maybe a throw he shouldn't have made, and threw it down the line. Here's Eric Patterson, who swings, grounds one to second base. Spears waits for it, throws on to first for the out. And Valdez will take third with 2 away. Valdez, his team-leading 12th bunt hit of the year. Reynolds and Patterson are next with 3 each. It's Valdez's 12th. Now a runner at third with 2 outs for Brandon Boggs. No score here in the first inning. Valdez sprinting down the line, trying to mess with Story, who steps off and fakes a throw over. Valdez making him think about the runner at third base. Not many base runners will do that. And the first pitch to Boggs, hooks inside, a curveball at 71. Boggs hitting .261, 9 homers, picked up his 36th RBI on a base hit last night. It's the 1-0. And he swings, pulls one, right side, base hit. Past the diving Nate Spears and into right. And Valdez scores in the Revs with a first inning run. 1-0 York. Back-to-back games with a ribby for Boggs. That's his 37th. And the Revs have drawn first blood tonight. And at the moment, we'll see what Perez does, but For now, it may be Story's first unearned run given up all season. Here's Andres Perez. And the first offering, a curveball, breaks down and away. Spears laid out to his left, got some glove on it, but it snuck through. So the scoring has been opened. Now the stretch, the 1-0 to Dre, and a fastball in. He jumps back. Comes in tonight, a 2 RBI lead for the league lead with 67. And a 2-run double in the first last night. 2-0 pitch and a breaking ball in for a strike. A slider from Story, who was signed by the Dodgers after his start May 18th. He was supposed to make a start in York, and they signed him that day. 2-1 and a breaking ball inside. Perez jumped back. He did face the Revs May 1st at Somerset. Gave up just 1 run on 2 hits in 6 innings, a 3-1 win. He returned to Somerset in late June. Here's the 3-1 and a swing and a miss, a 3-1 slider. One sailing away from Perez's swing path. Now a full count, and Boggs will have the head start from first with 2 outs. Here's the stretch. 3-2, and a swing and a chopper toward the middle, and it's cut off by Spears, who holds it, running toward left field. Boggs knew he had it. He'll stop at second. It's an infield hit, and the Revs with 3 base knocks against Story in the bottom of the first, and Jacob Calderon will get a chance. The most runs that Story's given up in any start is 4. He's given up 3 earned 3 times, 2 earned once, 1 earned or none every other start. Here's Calderon. First pitch curve just inside. Spears had backhanded that infield hit, and he was running with it, trying to fake Boggs into thinking that it had gone into center, trying to get him to break for third, but he was on to him. 1-0, and a breaking ball low and in. Well, so far tonight, the Revs have been able to spit on that pitch for the most part and not go lunging out at it. That one was plopped up there at 68 miles an hour. 2-0. And a fastball over for a strike. Some felt that one may have been high. Calderon DHing the night, hitting at .294, 7 blasts. And the 2-1, and that's over for a strike. Another fastball. Story staying away from him. 2-2. On the stretch, and he deals. And a curveball, bounce foul. Over by the York dugout. A 1-0 first inning lead. And in search of more here with 2 outs. Story's given up just 1 earned in each of his last 2 starts. He's won his last 3. He's ready. 2-2 again, and a curveball, swinging a foul tip. Skelton couldn't hang on. Calderon just does hang in there. On the 3-game winning streak that Story is on, he's allowed a total of 4 runs. And the most that he's walked in a game is 2. Pitch. Swung on, fisted on 1 hop to second. Spears charging up, gloves it down low, and a toss over to first in time to end the inning. But the Revs do scratch across a first inning run tonight. 3 hits, 1 error, 2 runners left. We go to the second. It's the Revs 1 and the Patriots 0.
Broadway transmission? I don't know how they do it. We've been in business for 60 years at the same location.
I don't know how they do it.
It's our long-term nationwide warranties.
Oh, and don't forget our online appointment scheduling.
I still don't know how they do it.
They towed my van at no cost with my repair.
It's our ATRA certified technicians. Don't forget the good-looking genius in the office.
Come on, man! I know they help me with financing. Still, with my bad credit, I don't know how they do it.
I did my research and felt comfortable that Broadway is a AAA approved specialty repair shop. I showed my AAA card and saved some hard-earned cash.
I was happy to get a $100 rebate in the mail after the job was done.
I sure don't know how they do it, but I do know they get it done, and they get it done right.
Broadway Transmission. We'll get your shift together and back on the road fast. Check us out on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
WellSpan has helped many professional, student, and recreational athletes stay at the top of their game. And they can do the same for you. Our winning team offers everything from concussion management and sports nutrition to physical therapy and more. For more information, call 877-482-5420 or visit wellspan.org/sportsmedicine.
For local sports on your smartphone, search WOIK at the App Store.
Revs a 1-0 lead. We head to the second tonight. Michael Burgess leading off out of the cleanup spot, and Hunter Adkins delivers a strike. And a 1-2-3 first. Starts Burgess right around knee high. The 0-1. And a fastball. Just missed a little high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Burgess hitting at 243. And he swings and misses. Took a big hack. Has 9 home runs, just 61 games played. The wind and the 1-2. That misses outside. It'll be Burgess, Wilson, and Ricky Claudio due up this inning. 2-2. And a swing and a pop-up foul back near the net. De La Cruz racing over and out of room. As it lands, was that in the upper deck? As he raced over, looking like he may have a chance, but it ended up much further back than he initially expected. He threw the mask off, flipped the helmet off, make himself a little more aerodynamic. As over just to the right of the screen if you looked at it from behind home plate. On the wind, another 2-2. And he missed low. It'll be a full count. And the payoff pitch missed up high. And Burgess will fight his way on with the leadoff walk. Adkins in his first start had walked 3. He comes from Lake Erie of the Frontier League, 15 starts this season, had a 2.70 ERA, about 3 walks per 9, and about 9 strikeouts per 9. Here is Mike Wilson, the DH, who takes a little low. Wilson, who had been in the Mexican League this season, his first game of the year with Somerset last night. A 1-0, and a swing and a fly ball deep to left. Patterson will just look up. It is gone, and Somerset takes the lead. Mike Wilson, in his second game played, a 2-run shot over the big wall in left, and Somerset in front, 2-1. He had a 2-run double last night, so in his first 2 games with the Patriots here in 2015, he's totaled 4 RBIs. And it was gone quickly. Patterson couldn't even really react much. Just stood there and watched it sail over. Here's Ricky Claudio, who looks at a strike. Left-hand hitting outfielder Johnny Tucker not in the lineup tonight. Pitch to him, and he swings and fouls one back against the netting. Now Adkins ahead, 0-2. That's where that leadoff walk hurt, but it was a big walk from Burgess. He doesn't get a hit out of it, but battled his way on. They get an extra run on the homer as Adkins misses away, 1-2. Now the wind and the pitch. And a swing and a miss. Fastball got him down and in. Claudio tied up on that swing. And one down, I'm sorry. Second strikeout is what I meant to say for Adkins tonight. One down in the inning. He's got an easy 90 plus. The delivery is smooth. Here's Adam Donahue. First offering is down and away. Donahue hitting at 230. But on the road, he's hit 321, just 150 at home. Pitch to him is over for a strike. Last night they had James Skelton starting and Donahue catching. Tonight it's the exact opposite. Pitch, and it's a slider, bites into the dirt and outside. And he is the K-man tonight. The 2-1. Slider just missed away. Wind, the 3-1 pitch, and that's upstairs, and Donahue walks. And the second walk of the inning. Adkins originally an 18th round pick of the Brewers in 2012, but he did not sign. He went back for his final year at Middle Tennessee State and then signed with the A's as a non-drafted free agent. Spent 2 years in the A's system. 24-year-old from Signal Mountain, Tennessee. Here's Nate Spears, and the first one is just a hair high. He's not getting the strike up. Although Story did last inning. Here's the 1-0. And that just missed away. He's very close on a lot of these. That was a changeup that was just off the corner. Spears hitting at 255, a home run and 17 knocked in. Now the 2-0. And there's a strike. Fastball. Somerset up 2-1 here in the second inning. Grabs a first inning run on Boggs' 2-out single. Patriots in front on Mike Wilson's 2-run homer. 2-1. And it's just off the plate away. Another changeup. And a 13-pitch first inning. He's already at 22 here in the second. Here's the 3-1. Down and in, just missed again. And the third walk of the inning and second straight. And Mace will head out and talk with him. He's a man that could use a double play right now. And face James Skelton with 2 on and 1 out. Well, while they visit, just about 7 o'clock Eastern, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification here on Revolution Radio.
First in York, first in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350, WOYK, York, Pennsylvania.
Fairly lengthy chat from Mays trying to help Adkins get on track here. It was one that the manager had something he wanted to say himself. He'll face James Skelton with 2 on and 1 out. 2-1, Somerset in front. Trying to hold him to 2 runs. First offering is right there for a strike. Skelton hitting at .217. But in last night's game, he drove in 3 out of the 9 spot. The 0-1, and it misses up around letter high. Stretch and the pitch. And a breaking ball. He sweeps a good one in for a called strike. And ahead 1-2. Skelton, a left-hand hitter. Pitch to him. Breaking ball hard toward his back foot. De La Cruz sliding over in front of it. Now, he would be a tougher guy to double up. He can run, and he's also coming out of the left-hand batter's box. It's a catcher that has 14 stolen bases. He's only been caught once. 2-2, and a swing and a high drive to deep right. Boggs is back on this one. He looks, it's gone. James Skelton with a 3-run homer off of one of the picnic umbrellas in right. And Somerset jumps to a 5-1 lead here in the top of the second. A 5-run inning, 3 walks and 2 homers. Wilson a 2-run shot, and now Skelton goes yard for 3. His first home run all season, and it's a 5-1 Patriot lead here in the top of the second. Here is Robert Andino at the top of the order. And a first pitch strike called on him. And they have 5 runs on 2 hits, both homers. There's a pitch down low. And it's a ball and a strike. Last night began a stretch where the Revs will play Somerset in 14 of the final 30. As Adkins misses a little high, which that is a crazy number. But they're going to have to figure out a way to beat Somerset given that, as Adkins bounces one straight to the backstop. And it's 3-1. Now the pitch. Fastball, that's over for a strike. Not only is the series in Lancaster this week big, but they're going to have to beat Somerset too, the team with the league's best record. Here's a swing and a miss, and Adkins gets him on a high fastball. 2 down in the inning, his 3rd strikeout. But Somerset coming in tonight has averaged 7 runs per game against York in the 8 contests that these 2 teams have played. Patriots have won 7 of those 8. Here's Aaron Eggleston, and Adkins starts him with a slider for a strike. Strikeout victim his first time. Pitch, and a called strike, outside corner. Adkins quickly right back at it. On the line, the 0-2. And a swing and a fly ball, loop to left center. Constanza hustling over, and it lands for a hit. They had him played to pull, and Eggleston inside outs it the other way into left center. It lands in the alley, and he makes it to second by the time they throw in. Revs have Edward Paredes up in the bullpen. And they were able to save most of the crew last night, so if they had to go down there early tonight, they'd be willing to do so. And after a 1-2-3 first, not the start that Adkins wanted, as he misses down and away with a curve on David Vidal. He grounded out to shortstop his first time. On the stretch. And the 1-0. Tried to check on a hook. Appeal to first. He did go too far on it. Vidal staring down at Joe Del Blaso. And Johnny Tucker, coaching at first base, is having a few things to say about it as well. On the 1-1. And a swing and a miss. Good slider. And Adkins now on top of him. It's the 9th hitter of the inning. And now into his stretch and the pitch. Breaking ball, and it missed down and away. That was the 41st pitch of the inning. After just 13 in the first. The 2-2. Swing, and he just got a piece. Tipping a foul behind the plate. By the way, as much as York plays Somerset down the stretch, that's how much Lancaster will play Southern Maryland, who's got an ERA way over 5.5 in August. Here's the pitch. And a swing and a pop-up foul, backing out of play. The games are not played on paper, but those numbers are not in York's favor. So the Revs, as we said, will have to beat Somerset a good bit if they want to get to their destination. Another 2-2, and a swing and another foul. Bounced over toward Michael Burgess, who worked that leadoff walk that started the whole inning. Adkins had been ahead of him, and he's been ahead of several hitters, but has struggled to finish them off. Skelton's 3-run homer was on a 2-strike count. Pitch, fastball up and away. And it's a full count. And the fans getting impatient with Bill Reuter on another fairly close pitch. On the 3-2, and a swing and a drive, hit high and deep the other way, right field again. Boggs has to play it off the wall. Plays the carom on one hop with his bare hand. It'll hold Vidal to a single, but Eggleston's around to score. It's 6-1, and Mace is coming out of the dugout. And it's going to be a short end of the evening for Hunter Adkins in his first home start. A 6-run second inning for Somerset. And Edward Paredes will come into the game right here. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Vidal the other way. Hit it off the fence in right. And after a sharp, quick first inning, nothing went Adkins' way in the top of the second. Now Paredes will make his way in. And as he does, we'll take a look at our WellSpan Sports Medicine injury report tonight. The Revs with Ian Durham and Brad Bergeson sideline with the Tommy John surgeries. Anthony LaRue with the broken leg as well. Wish those guys the best in their recoveries on our WellSpan Sports Medicine injury report. Also tonight on our Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care home run contest, should the Revs hit a home run in this game, one lucky fan will win a prize pack courtesy of the Revs, Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, and Sports Radio 1350. And tonight, there is no rule prohibiting former employees from participating. Reed Gunderson's name has been drawn from the hat. And I could have just ripped it up and pulled somebody else's name, but he is a fan now, and I mean, he even told us on a pregame that he always will be, so I can't disclude him. So, Reed, good luck. If a Revs player goes yard, you win. Somehow I have a feeling you had access to that stuff at one point or another anyway. He was the guy that procured all of the prizes and giveaways and all of that. But what's fair is fair. So Paredes ready to work. And he'll face Michael Burgess. It is 6-1 Somerset here in the second inning. Paredes has been excellent. This is obviously a much different situation than we normally see him, though. Being this early in the game, and the first pitch to Burgess is over for a strike. Burgess walked and scored his first inning. The 0-1. And a swing and a miss. He waves at a slider, fooled him badly. That thing ended up way out of the strike zone. No balls, 2 strikes. On the stretch and the pitch. And a swing and a miss. Got him on the hook. He stays with the sliders, strikes him out swinging away. And Paredes gets it done on 3 pitches to end the inning. Somerset scores 6, though, on 4 hits, 1 runner left. 6-1 Patriots as we go to the bottom of the second.
Maple Donuts knows that there comes a point in every kid's summer when the feeling of unfettered freedom begins to fold up faster than a picnic blanket at the first drop of an unexpected summer storm. Charlie and his Maple Donuts team understand that all too soon, lazy mornings on the sofa, splashing in the pool, and weeknight sleepovers will be replaced by bus stops, backpacks, and morning announcements. But Maple Donuts says there's a bright side to the first day of school, kids. Because when you stumble into the kitchen that first morning, chances are you'll be greeted by Mom, enjoying her cup of Maple Donuts' famous coffee and sitting next to a back-to-school tradition, a box of Maple Donuts. And somewhere buried in that box, hand-picked by Mom from Maple Donuts' 58 varieties, you may find that, yes, summer is over, but another school year may not be so bad after all. So for every kid coming to grips with going back to school, we say thanks, Mom. And thank you, Maple Donuts.
Maple Donuts taste right.
Joel's Painting and Contracting is a proud sponsor of the York Revolution. They are also a partner in the maintenance of Santander Stadium. Joel's Painting and Contracting is the highest rated painting company in York and Lancaster County. Now is the time to call for great deals on all of your interior and exterior projects. A community partner with thousands of happy clients. Hit a home run of Joel's Painting and schedule an appointment today or give them a call at 717-471-4273. That's 717-471-4273 for Joel's Painting and Contracting.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Bottom of the second, 6-1 Somerset. Jumping in front. What a difference. In the first inning, Hunter Adkins, a 1-2-3, 13-pitch inning. And then in the second inning, 46 pitches. And Talvin Nash will lead things off. Revs certainly don't have to get it back all in one shot. First pitch of the inning is upstairs. It will be a heavy bullpen night, obviously. The 1-0 and a breaking ball over for a strike. It is the earliest the Revs have had to go to the bullpen this season. 1-1 and a swing and a miss, a breaking ball. Nash hitting at .250, 4 homers, 11 driven in. Wine, the 1-2, and a swing and a flare to center and a base hit. As he drops it just beyond the infield dirt, it comes to a stop with Claudio approaching it. And Nash literally dropping the bat head on it and just serving it into shallow center. So he's on to start the inning. Revs have their 4th hit. And here's Luis de la Cruz, who in his last start went 4 for 4. He also started the suspended game in Southern Maryland on Thursday and was 1 for 2 in that one. First pitch, he swings, cues a foul over toward Mikey, who's on deck. Revs tomorrow will have Frank Gailey going, and most of these guys would only be on a second straight day if they pitch tonight out of the bullpen. As De La Cruz swings and rips one the other way. A base hit, and he's just locked in right now. He takes it to the opposite field. The bulk of his hits in Southern Maryland were right up the middle. And this one lined the other way. It's first and second with nobody out. Right past Spears, who was toward the middle, playing for 2. And Mikey Reynolds to the plate. Be interesting to see if the Revs bunt with Mikey, one of their better bunters, to try to get some of it back. Nope. First pitch is high, a slider. But tomorrow, as long as guys don't get overexerted tonight, most of them should be able to pitch tomorrow also. Here's the 1-0, and that's down low. But if you have guys that go multiple innings tonight, then maybe not. And then Monday in Lancaster becomes a little bit more of a premium, and that obviously is a very big series. The 2-0, a check swing, stay foul, it will. That's another ball that, with some spin, hit and took a strange bounce, kind of checked up. A check swing and zigzagged in the grass a little bit, but stayed foul on the first base side. Now Story set, the 2-1, and a breaking ball low, and Mikey lays off that. The Revs knew all about the big curveball coming in. And Story really has not gotten them lunging at it, although there was enough of a flinch apparently from Mikey to warrant an appeal down to first, and he clearly did not swing. Now the stretch, the 3-1, and a swing and a foul back off the netting. Against the top right corner of the screen, it's 3-2. Revs with their first 2 men on base hits. For what it's worth, they're currently out hitting Somerset 5-4. There's the stretch from Story. And the 3-2, breaking ball, just missed. And that's ball 4, and Mikey didn't realize it. Has to be told to head to first. I'm sure Story and Skelton didn't want to tell him to go to first base because they probably thought it was a strike. And the bases are loaded with nobody out. Story's first walk of the night. Top of the order, and Jose Constanza. And the first pitch, a breaking ball, that bends in for a strike. Constanza struck out looking in the first. Mike gets to face him again an inning later. Here's the 0-1. And a swing and a foul tip off Skelton's shin guard. And look at this, like Willis Reed making his way in. Brian Pounds comes down to the dugout. He is back from the wedding that he was attending back home. Handshakes for the bullpen. Some of the fans along the way. Very popular guy, obviously. Here's a backdoor hook that just missed. It's 1-2 on Constanza. Those are close. The 1-2 pitch, and a swing and a bouncer back to him. He throws home, Skelton throws to first. It's a 1-2-3 double play. A pitcher's best friend, and right back to the pitcher with the bases loaded and no outs. It is now second and third and 2 outs. And Wilson Valdez will try to slice some off this deficit. He'll come to bat with 2 down. And a bunt single and a run scored in the first inning tonight. Our counterpart, Justin, in the booth next door was about to jump out the window with some of those non-strike calls, I thought. First pitch to Valdez is swung on, looped to center, but playing very shallow was Ricky Claudio, and he's right there. A little floater that had Claudio been at normal depth that may have landed, but he was way in. Shaded him the other way slightly, came over toward left center, but had time to get there. And the Revs had bases loaded, no outs, and did not score. 2 hits, 2 left. We go to the third. Paul Braverman will join me. It's 6-1 Somerset.
Providing quality services efficiently and in a timely manner to its clients is the mission of the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Solomon & Calkins. GSLSC is equipped to handle any real estate transactions, leases, residential and commercial real estate settlements, zoning issues, and all matters involving municipalities. They are also experienced in the formation and operation of family real estate ventures that are tax sensitive to the needs of the investors. Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Solomon & Calkins is an approved title insurance agency and can provide you with title insurance and legal representation at one low cost when buying a home or investment property. Don't risk any real estate settlement without an experienced real estate attorney from the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Solomon & Calkins at your side. Phone 717-757-7602. They've been handling residential and commercial real estate matters in South Central Pennsylvania for more than 50 years. With mortgage interest rates at an all-time low, now is the time to buy or refinance. Phone 717-757-7602 today or visit their website, gslsc.com.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
He's a great, great man. Was Muhammad Ali a thug? He was colorful, controversial. But this is a guy who did something before anybody else did it. And we were okay with it. A lot of us were okay because of how Ali looked. Handsome, well-spoken, the poetry. There was charisma to it. Richard Sherman just came out of a game and started yelling right in our face.
Dan Patrick
on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. York Sports on your mobile device or online at WOIK1350.com.
Top of the third, 6-1. Somerset leads it. Good evening, Paul.
Mike was all the way up there.
Oh.
Houston, hello.
Dramatic entrance.
Yeah.
As you untangled all those wires in front of you. We start the third. It'll be Mike Wilson leading off. He opened the scoring for Somerset last inning with a 2-run homer. And Paredes' first pitch is drilled to left. And Wilson one-hops the wall. Patterson plays it barehanded on one hop, holds him to a single, but Wilson has already done plenty of damage in just 2 games since coming back from Mexico. And that's a big middle-of-the-order bat for Somerset to add as they head toward the postseason next month.
Well, I was hoping we were going to untangle a run out of bases loaded, nobody out. I mean, talk about rotten luck. Back-to-back guys hit it hard right on time. Pitcher snares it. That would have been at least a single up the middle. Then Wilson continues to hit the ball well, and he hammered another one right on the screws, but liner into center.
Here's Ricky Claudio, who looks at a slider for a strike. He struck out his first time.
You never mind when a guy makes a good out when he's making good contact, but yikes. For as hard as those two balls were hit to get nothing out of bases loaded. Nobody out. Totally just bad luck for York.
A slider, and that's a called strike. Nothing in two. A base hit from Wilson, just the fifth allowed by Paredes in his last 11 innings. He's been very good. A little bit different time of night for him this evening. There's the stretch he deals, and a swing and a tapper foul. Claudio rolls it partway down to first.
Well, each team has 5 base hits. 3 walks have scored on home runs. That's all there is to it. And Adkins has good stuff. He just couldn't keep the ball down. Stuff comes out of his hand great.
Look out. Line drive foul into the stands and left. And it remains 0-2 on Claudio.
I thought Adkins had the velocity to really challenge guys in the strike zone with his fastball. I mean, he was sitting 91, 92. It's not a terrible fastball. He just couldn't keep it down.
It comes out of his hand easy.
Yeah.
Pitch is down and in, a slider. Adkins, an inning and 2/3. 4 hits, charged with all 6. 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Paredes ready. Another pitch to Claudio, and he fouls another one off. It remains 1-2, and he was a 3-pitch strikeout his first time, but proving to be a much tougher out this go-around. Claudio had been in the same league as Nick Ferdinand, Jacob Calderon, the North Coast League.
The secret's out.
Yeah, it is now. Here's a swing and a foul tip behind the plate.
Well, the Revs were first on the scene there, and we got obviously the best 2 players out of that league to come here, Calderon and Shores.
3, including... Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to mention just the position guys.
Yeah, I think between Shutters and Calderon, I think York got the 2 best players out of the league as they were first on the scene to really scout that league, and I think the word is now out about it.
Now a slider freezes Claudio. He's rung up on strikes, 1 away. Each of Paredes' 2 outs have come on strikeouts, so Revs pitchers have combined for 5 strikeouts in the first 7 outs recorded tonight. But trailing 6-1 here in the 3rd. And here's Adam Donahue. A walk and a run for Donahue, his first time around. And the first offering is high and away. Now Lancaster picked up somebody from that league as well. We saw them here last.
Well, they're not going to have a league left.
I know.
The rate it's going.
Well, they have wrapped up for the year, but...
Well, there you go.
But Derek Piles came from there. There's a low-flying aircraft over the stadium. As a changeup misses down and away, 2-0.
I mean, it makes you wonder what some of the other organizations in the industry are doing. I mean, I don't want to bash the North Country League or North Coast League or whatever it is, but like the players that are the best players in that league, which end up being capable of playing in this league, why are they not in the Can-Am League? Why are they not in the Frontier League? What are those leagues doing? That's where those players are supposed to be, playing, real professional baseball in, modern ballparks. I don't get it. I mean, the Atlantic League, obviously, if those other leagues aren't going to take those young guys, and those are younger leagues, the Atlantic League is more than happy to take guys that can play at this level.
3-0, and that's over for a strike. 3-1 on Donahue. What's this airplane doing? He's circling the stadium now.
It's a biplane. It's out for a joyride.
Pitch is just off the plate away, and Paredes now staring in. That was close, and Donahue walks for the second time tonight. First and second with one out. Somerset's drawn the most walks as a team in the league. The Revs have drawn the second most, behind only Somerset.
I think that plane's just taken a free baseball game. There's that one spot on the fence out in right center field where there's not a banner or a car in the way, where you can basically catch a free baseball game as if you were in the lawn seat. You see somebody's in that spot right now, and the airplane's just like, well, I'll just watch from up here.
Here's Nate Spears. He looks at one in tight.
It's not exactly rooftop Wrigley Field, but that's our version of it out there on the basketball court.
Well, now he's flown off. Here's the 1-0. And a fastball. That's just inside. Bill Reuter flinched. Didn't call it. Paredes motioning into him like, let's go. And then he kicks at the dirt.
It has not been a very expansive strike zone tonight. It's a situation where you're not going to get that 2 to 3 inches off the plate tonight. It's just not going to happen.
He's a swing and a pop foul and out of play, third base side. I have thought in previous games that Bill's been pretty fair, but both pitchers have had close ones tonight.
I remember during Zach Greinke's scoreless inning streak, he shut down the Nationals one night, and Bryce Harper got all huffy and said, he's good, but anybody can be good 6 inches off the plate. So if he thought that was bad, you're not even getting 2 inches off the plate right now.
The slider for a called strike, 2-2.
I don't agree with that, by the way. Zach Greinke can stay on the plate and dominate.
He does not need the help.
No. I don't think he got it. That was overblown.
Breaking ball outside, and Spears flinched but held as they ask out by shortstop. That's where Buzz Albert is currently stationed. A full count. One out in the inning. And we'll see if they run. Wilson at second, Donahue trailing at first. Valdez pointed it out just in case. They do. Pitch was down low, and the throw goes into left. And it would have been ball 4, and Wilson is in to score to make it 7-1. It was down low. De La Cruz threw it to third. They appeal out near short on the swing. No go is the call again. And Valdez either didn't see it completely or didn't think the throw was coming. I'm not sure if he was surprised that it came or if he just didn't see it clearly, but it glanced off his glove and into left, and Wilson in to score. It's a walk, and it's first and second again, and an air charge to the Revs. It will be on De La Cruz on the throw, but the throw was not very errant.
No. That doesn't mean it was necessary, though. Well, obviously, Daryl, you've seen them on the road all year, and I've only seen them a little bit on the road, but, I don't know if it's just coincidence or if there's a reason for it.
Skelton, who swings and misses first pitch.
But they look sharp on the road, and, maybe there's a false sense of security at home. And it's not any one guy. I'm not criticizing any one player, but, maybe it is a subconscious thing where maybe there is a sense of security at home that maybe, they have just a better focus on the road, because we don't see a lot of these mistakes on the road.
No.
I haven't seen them in the road games I've seen, and I haven't heard you comment on them. It's just been a weird season like that to have struggled like this at home and played pretty darn well on the road, all things considered.
There's a breaking ball, strike called, 1-2 on Skelton. Had the 3-run homer last inning, his first all year. Last season he had a career-high 8, a bunch early with Lancaster. He's playing in that place.
Well, you take that with a grain of salt, swinging a lefty stick in Lancaster.
There's a fastball and a strike called. Third strike looking on Skelton, 90 on the black, and Paredes, all 3 of his outs on strikeouts. So far, it's been almost the only way the Revs have gotten outs tonight, each of their last 5 outs on strikeouts.
Somerset has scored 7 runs on just 5 hits and 2 homers here. And they're starting the 3rd time through the order in the 3rd. And the Revolution defense has exactly 1 assist. They have 1 situation where 2 players combined on an out. So
here's Robert Andino back at the top of the order. He is flied to deep right and struck out. And he swings first pitch, bounces a foul, third base side. Well, right now, the run charged this inning would be unearned if things finish this way. Paredes coming in his last 31 games since May the 30th, a 1.38 ERA. He's ready, and the 0-1, and a slider down and away. A 7-1 Somerset lead. They've added 1 more here in the 3rd inning. Eddie ready, a 1-1, and a swing and a foul tip. It squirts just behind the plate. You hate when the Revs fall behind in front of the big crowd, too.
Yeah.
On the weekend, although last night, even though it was in a loss, they treated them to some comeback attempt.
Yeah. I mean, no fans are going to leave tonight because there's fireworks after the game, so hopefully the Revolution, like last night, can make a run at it and make this interesting.
Pitch, and it's down and away, 2-2.
But I take your point. I mean, nothing beats the energy of knowing you're going to have a big crowd, having a line out of the ticket office, selling a bunch of day of game tickets, which we did today. And that energy as people file in, and then kind of the balloon just completely deflates when you're down this big early. But it'll be a good crowd tonight through and through.
And the next one's high and away, a full count. I know the players and Mace have mentioned the buzz in the stadium. Mace was talking about it before the game. Coming back home off that road trip.
They noticed. I remember the 3-game series we had against Camden here at the end of July when we had a big Friday and Saturday night crowd, and then we had our biggest Sunday of the season, I believe. And, you know, the players, it all starts to blend together over a long season. But, you know, they notice after playing 70 games here.
Here's a rip off the mound and up the middle. Donahue around to score. And Somerset with an 8-1 lead. It's an RBI single to center for Robert Andino. And that previous run will now be earned, and so will the second with Donahue coming across. A 2-run third following the 6-run second. And it's 8-1 Somerset here early. Revs have Tony Pena up in the bullpen. Paredes is now at 33 pitches, and the worst thing that could happen would be to have a lot of guys require a lot of work tonight and then not be available tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or if they go tonight and tomorrow, not be available for the start of the series in Lancaster. Here's Aaron Eggleston, who looks at a breaking ball for a strike.
Yeah, you can really sandbag your bullpen that way. Whatever the case is, Frank Galey is going to be called upon tomorrow to, you know, go 7 or 8 innings. I mean, they're going to ask that of him if he gets there. Hopefully he does, to get the bullpen back on track. But, you know, this is going to be a busy night out there. As Paredes, this might be his last inning, and if not, he might only last through the 4th.
Missing down and away. It's a ball and a strike. Eggleston a double and a run last inning. Pitch to him is a slider for a strike. Inside corner.
Remember the game a couple of years ago where both teams teamed up to trick Aaron Eggleston into going out to coach first base when the Revolution were coming up to bat?
Oh, yeah.
It was, after a long rain delay.
I do.
His focus was maybe perhaps a little rattled after a long rain delay and a long night. That was a good one.
A 1-2. And a slider, strike 3 called. Paredes strikes out the side after combining with Adkins to strike out the side last inning. But Somerset scored 6 last inning and 2 more this inning. And here in the third, it comes on 2 hits, 1 error, 2 runners left. We go to the bottom of the third inning. It is the Patriots 8 and the Revs 1.
End of summer got you down? York Mitsubishi's got something that'll pick you up. With their end of summer sale going on now. York Mitsubishi's end of summer sale means huge discounts and rebates on every new car in their inventory. York Mitsubishi has the 2015 Outlander Sport ES as low as $16,995. Available in both front and four-wheel drive. Get financing for as low as 0% for up to 6 whole years. And a $500 factory rebate. Or drive away in a new 2015 Mitsubishi Mirage that gets 44 miles per gallon, starting as low as $11,995. And the all-new 2016 Mitsubishi Outlander ES, now in stock at York Mitsubishi, starting at just $22,995. Standard with 7-passenger seating, with 0% financing and a $500 rebate. A surefire way to cure those end-of-summer blues. And every Outlander Sport, Outlander, Mirage comes with Mitsubishi's 10-year, 100,000-mile limited drivetrain warranty. Don't miss out on York Mitsubishi's end-of-summer sale. Just off Route 30 in Roosevelt Avenue. Online at yorkmitsubishi.com, where Mitsubishi's always cost less. Outlander Sport and Mirage special pricing includes all factory rebates and door discounts. Excludes tax tag and destination charge.
Whether it's for sport, protection, or recreation, Spar Firearms is the best place to go for all of your firearm needs. With a large selection of new and used firearms, Spar carries an array of brands, as well as ammo and other accessories. Whether you're an avid collector, sharpshooting expert, hunter, or weekend enthusiast, Spar Firearms provides everything you need no matter your experience. For the best in convenience, selection, and customer service, visit Spar Firearms, 6108 Carlisle Pike in Mechanicsburg, and online at sparfirearms.com.
First in York, first in sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Bit of a rocky start tonight. We go to the bottom of the third inning. Somerset an 8-1 lead. Eric Patterson will look to get things started against Mickey Story. First pitch is in for a strike. Maybe the worst case for the Revs last inning after giving up 6 was loading the bases with no outs and not scoring. I think a 1-2-3 inning may have been better. The 0-1 pitch, it misses up and in. Patterson a ground out to second base, his first time tonight.
Well, Lancaster's losing 4-0.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
York Mitsubishi out of town scoreboard.
If these two scores hold, then still only 3.5 back. So
the foul back, straight behind the plate. Yeah. Even if the game ended 8-1, it only counts as one game.
That's right. Just like the 15-2 game only counted as one win. Everyone says, oh, you should save some of those runs for later. Well, if it were only that easy.
Pitch up and in. It is a 2-2 count to Patterson. Boggs and Perez do this inning also. And the pitch. Breaking ball, bounced foul off the front of the York dugout.
If you could win every game by 1 and bank whatever runs you were going to score throughout the season evenly, I would take that deal. But that's baseball.
Story winds, delivers, and a breaking ball low and in. When we were in Bridgeport, the Bluefish in their media notes have the Pythagorean win-loss record.
You know I like that.
For every team in the league. And they were all pretty close to what they actually are.
You know I like that, yeah.
There's a curveball popped up in the infield. Skelton in front of the plate, throws the mask aside, and in foul territory, just to the right of home plate, makes the catch.
Yeah, I love that stat, and that's a thing developed by Bill James. And to explain it very simply, the Pythagorean win-loss equation, it's a simple equation that takes the runs you've scored, the runs you've given up, and how many games you've played, and it tells you whether your team is unlucky or lucky based on your run differential. And that's a great stat, yeah.
We were about even. Here's Brandon Boggs, who had an RBI single in the first. He looks at a curve for a strike. every team was give or take one or two. So.
It's more nuanced than my explanation, but, if you had scored about as many runs as you've allowed, but you were, say, 6 or 7 games over 500, that would be lucky.
Yeah.
And if you were 5 games under 500, you'd be unlucky for a team with the same amount of runs. So that's the basic idea of that stat. Tells you how your season's going.
And the swing and a bouncing ball toward first, and just foul. Donahue gloving it on the other side of the line. Mickey Story at Double-A with the Dodgers this season, about a month, 4 starts, 1-1 with a 3.47, and then returning in late June to Somerset. But he was, pitching-wise, the talk of the league at the beginning of the year.
It's not a direct correlation on the transaction, but the Braves trade for former Rev Ian Thomas from the Dodgers helped make him expendable from the Dodgers organization. Now, not directly, but, they added new pitchers and they had to free up some spots, so interesting how that overlaps.
2-2 to Boggs, and the pitch. Fastball just in, and he'll work it full. Andres Perez on deck. Story, 29 years old, 6'1", 185. There's the wind and the pitch. And a swing and a liner yanked foul into the section 1. It caroms off a seat and into right field. Story does have big league time, 29 games as a reliever with the Astros and the Blue Jays, 2012 and 13. And this is the first year that he's ever been a full-time starting pitcher. He deals, and a curveball launched high and deep but foul. Boggs sends one sailing over the Mezzogiorno Picnic Pavilion.
Well, hopefully the Revolution can avoid joining the $100 million club tonight. You know about the $100 million club?
I'm not familiar.
That's 1 run in the first, followed by 8 goose eggs. Finish the game with a cool $100 million.
Pitch to Boggs is fouled away.
On the line score, that is.
Yes, I hope not. Story from West Palm Beach. He went to Florida Atlantic University.
That's great, great baseball program.
Another 3-2 and a foul tip back to the net. We'll do it another time.
Yeah, in college baseball, it's not quite the plutocracy of college football, basketball in and around Miami. Huge rivalry between the Hurricanes, FAU, Florida Atlantic, and FIU, Florida International. And the three of them, despite Miami having the best brand, are really on about even footing. And, you make it a regional thing with the Gators and the Seminoles, but that's a 3-way rivalry down in Miami and Boca Raton where FAU is. That's just huge.
Breaking ball cut in, and Boggs takes a walk. Second walk issued by Story, a 1-out base runner here in the third. Revs behind 8-1, trying to get something going as Perez comes to bat.
Back where I started my career in the New York Collegiate Baseball League, which is wood bat college summer ball, the team I worked for year after year, had a bunch of players from FAU. And one year they were coming off NCAA Super Regional appearance, and their regular season record was 54-9. It's pretty good.
Now, if you had a chance to sign up for that.
If you're a high school athlete and you want to go to a winning program, 54-9 is pretty good.
0-1 to Dre, and a swing and a miss on a breaking ball. No balls, 2 strikes. Comes in tonight 2 in front of Chris Wallace for the league lead in ribbies. The Revs have had the league RBI champ 2 of the last 3 years. It's the 0-2, and it misses upstairs.
Chad Tracy last year drove in 97. Perez needed that 2-run double last night to keep that lead. He'd be tied with Wallace today otherwise.
The first ever Revs RBI champ, Chris Nowak, back in 2012. There's a curveball swung on and missed. Story at 66 miles an hour. Breaks it off and gets Perez swinging. It's his first strikeout since the first out of the night for him. Yeah. 2 down, and Jacob Calderon to the plate.
And when Nowak led the league in 2012, that was the second 100 RBI season in Revolution history. Jason Espedo had the first in 2008.
Calderon a ground out his first time. First pitch is a jam shot grounder. Donahue way away from first, and he flips to Story, who was right next to him, and it could have easily handcuffed Story, but basically flipped it right into the pocket of his glove. They were right next to each other, but Donahue needed his pitcher's help, and it's a scoreless third inning. No runs, no hits, 1 left. Paul with the call as we head to the 4th. Revs trail 8-1.
Payne doesn't take Sunday off. Neither do we. We're open weekdays 8 to 8 and weekends 9 to 6. Just walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics, 2319 South George Street in York, across from the Apple Hill Health Campus. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today.
Are you getting pumped for another year of high school football? Well, all this month, Sports Radio 1350 WOYK lays it all out for you in the High School Football Spotlight, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Catch a preview every day in August on Sports Radio 1350 as we break down the teams and the players of the 2015 York Adams League. Or go to WOYK1350.com to access this year's complete lineup of high school football previews. Then, this fall, every Friday night, it's the High School Football Game of the Week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine, and only here on Sports Radio 1350.
Waking up with the Zabe. The Steve Zabin Show.
And I know people, I can already hear you screaming at your radio. You don't even have a real job, Zabin. You just sit in front of the microphone and flap your cake hole around. I understand that. I'm not upset to be back today. I need to get back. I need to get back on the horse and get back riding again. I'm just saying it's going to take me a segment or two to get up to speed.
Join me, Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Your county, your teams. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Maple Donuts pitching change to begin the top of the 4th inning. Right-hander Tony Pena will enter for the Revolution. The right-hander, a lot of big league time with the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Chicago White Sox. He's already the 3rd York pitcher of the night, with York trailing Somerset 8-1 here in the top of the 4th inning. Hunter Adkins chased out of the game in the 2nd inning after allowing 6 runs and a couple of homers. 3 walks in that inning, all scored on the home runs. And then Edward Paredes allowed 2 in the 3rd, so finishing the Patriots order for the 3rd time through already here in the top of the 4th. David Vidal, batting 3rd at 3rd base, leads off, and the righty takes ball 1 low and inside. Want to know the count for Vidal, grounded to short in the 1st, an RBI single for him in that big 2nd inning. It'll be a 1-0, and Pena kicks and fires outside. 2-0 the count. So here we are in the top of the 4th. Patriots lead it by 7. And we're not talking football. 8-1 Somerset. And pretty much every batter has either scored or struck out for the Patriots. 2-0 pitch misses low. It's 3-0. There's only been 1 assist almost 3 times through the visitors' order now. Not since David Vidal, the man at the plate, has ground out to short back in the 1st. 3-0 pitch, called for a get-me-over strike. 2 outs have been made with a glove so far tonight here in the top of the 4th of the Revolution. Robert Andino's fly out to right field to begin the game, and then Vidal's ground out. It's been all either a strikeout, a walk, or a single since then, including Aaron Eggleston's double in the 2nd as well. Six different batters have already scored for Somerset. Only out hitting York 6-5 here in the top of the 4th, but it's an 8-1 score. 3-1 pitch fouled off by Vidal. Swings and misses at the full count offering by Pena. High and away, gets him to chase. And there's another strikeout. Trailing 8-1 tonight, the Revolution. The Revolution now have 8 strikeouts. 3 pitchers combined as a staff. So Michael Burgess walked and scored in the second, struck out swinging as the 10th batter to end the top of the second inning. The lefty bat steps in, first pitch swinging. The Somerset right fielder hits it high and very deep to right center field. This one is going, and over the big LED board. Lit up in right center field into the lawn section for a solo homer. Michael Burgess, his 10th of 2015, and his 39th RBI, and make it a 9-1 Somerset lead. So Burgess homers. Nobody on, 1 out here in the fourth. 9-1 Patriots, and they've scored in 3 consecutive innings. So in the disastrous second for Hunter Adkins, a 2-run homer to Mike Wilson after a walk, then 2 walks and a 3-run homer allowed to James Skelton. It was his first of the year. And now Michael Burgess tees off here on a solo shot in the fourth. Just crushed, just to the right of the batter's eye and straightaway center field over the new LED boards here at Santander Stadium into the lawn section. A homer to any section of the lawn out in the right field gap here at this ballpark is a ball that is always well struck. Ball and a called strike to Mike Wilson, the Somerset DH, the righty, with the 2-run homer, as I said, in the second, singled and scored in the third. Pena bears down for the 1-1, and he paints his spot on the outside part of the plate with De La Cruz set up there, and the count is 1-2. And the 1-2 from Pena on the way, swung on and lined for a base hit into right center. Cutting it off before it rolls into the gap is Brandon Boggs, but Wilson 3 for 3 tonight with a homer and 2 singles and 2 runs already. So with 1 out, he's at first, and that's the 8th Patriot hit of the night. So here we go, 8 strikeouts as a staff tonight for the Revolution. And every out recorded against the Patriots has been a strikeout despite the 9-1 score since the end of the first inning. So how long are we going to go before there's another assist in this ball game or an out with a glove? We've seen neither. Since a 1-2-3 first for Hunter Adkins, a fly out, a strikeout, and a ground ball. 1-0 the count to Ricky Claudio. The lefty is the Patriots center fielder tonight. There's always somebody not invited to the party. Tonight that's Ricky Claudio. 0 for 2, struck out swinging and looking. 0-1 pitch, missing high and away. It'll be a 1-1 from Tony Pena. From the stretch, the righty deals, low and inside. 2-1 the count to Pena. Two and 1 the count to Claudio, rather, with Pena on the hill. From the stretch with a runner at first being held on by Telvin Nash is Mike Wilson. Now the other way, line drive single on 1 hop to Eric Patterson in left field. Claudio at first with a single to left. Wilson, after his single to right, moves down to second. 2 on, 1 out here. The onslaught continues. 9 runs on 9 hits for the visiting Somerset Patriots. A run on 5 hits for the homestanding York Revolution. Each catcher has committed a throwing error tonight. Adam Donahue caught last night, playing first tonight. James Skelton behind the plate for the Patriots tonight. He played first last night, so those two platooning at each position. Twice tonight, Donahue has walked and scored. The walks and 3 home runs have been all Somerset has needed tonight. Tipped foul behind the plate on a first pitch swing from Donahue, and the count is 0-1. 9-1 Somerset, top of the fourth. 1 out, runners at first and second. Donahue's the K-man, so Even with the adversity on the scoreboard tonight, if Pena can come up big here, he'll deliver a strikeout and a free breadsticks coupon with a ticket stub for Little Caesars tonight. Here's the 0-1, and it's lifted in the air to center and down for a hit. This will score one and move a runner first to third. RBI single for Adam Donahue, right on time, back up the middle to center. It's his 34th RBI of the year. Claudio gets to third. Wilson started at second and cruised around to score. Still just one out, still two runners on. They're on the corners now. Pena began this inning with a strikeout, then allowed a homer and three straight singles. Nate Spears, the second baseman, walked twice tonight and scored in the second. The lefty steps in. He's the number 8 hitter for the Patriots, who are rounding out their order. They're already the third time tonight, as this one's grounded up the middle. Nice sliding grab by Mikey, but he can't get it into his glove. Sharp grounder up the middle. Mikey sliding to make a nice play just to get to that ball. Knocked it down, but couldn't recover and pick it up. And he cannot shovel it to Andres Perez waiting at second base. So Spears with an infield single. Ricky Claudio comes in to score from third. And it's a 10-run lead for the Patriots. Adam Donahue, after his RBI single, down to second. Spears with his 18th RBI of the year. It's 11-1 Somerset. After the inning opening strikeout, a solo homer, and 4 consecutive singles for a 3-run inning here in the top of the fourth. Called strike to James Skelton, the Somerset catcher. Then he takes upstairs to level the count at 1-1. Skelton, his first home run of 2015, a 3-run shot off the picnic tents in right for the lefty. Lefty swinging Skelton in the second. He struck out looking in the third. And there's a called strike on the inner half. That'll make the count 2-1. I thought it was 1-1. Apparently it was 2-0. So 2-1 count as we reset. And a swing and a foul tip in front of the catcher, De La Cruz, will square the count back at 2-2. 11 runs on 11 hits for Somerset, a run on 5 hits for York. It's a laugher right now, but last night the Revolution trailing 12-3 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Daniel Sattler, the Somerset reliever, really struggled with his control, walked in 2 runs, and it was 12-5 when Wilson Valdez hit a grand slam, and there was still nobody out at that point. And after Eric Patterson walked, York got the tying run to the on-deck circle, still with nobody out, but then the next 3 batters retired. Patterson was left at third. And the Revolution, despite a 6-run bottom of the 9th and a valiant comeback attempt, ended up losing 12-9. Maybe they can come back in this one in the same fashion, down 10 tonight, and at least make it interesting for another large crowd. 2-2 offering to James Skelton, popped up foul, third base line and out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. As last night it was a season-high crowd of 62-68 here at Santander Stadium. Not quite, although I'm not sure, I couldn't be positive. Not quite as big a crowd tonight, but another monster crowd, maybe in the high 5,000s, low 6,000 range. And unfortunately, another rough night at the office for the Revolution. It'll be a 2-2 pitch to Skelton. Runners at first and second, still just 1 out in the top of the fourth. Patriots lead it by 10 runs with 3 home this inning. And once again, Skelton for a 3rd straight pitch fouls it off, pops it foul. Over the screen behind home plate, not a play. It'll be a 2-2. Skelton 1 for 2 with a 3-run homer, and this one is fouled off Skelton, and he looks to be in a lot of pain. Fouled it off his ankle. He's limping heavily, and and he's going to try to walk it off. Now he looks okay. He was in shock there for a moment. And now he's going to take his time and let that heal a little bit, but that is painful, even when the guys have the armor there, the protection around the ankle. That is quite painful to follow it off your ankle at the top of your foot, whatever that was. So the Somerset medical staff out to check on James Skelton. I'd give their ATC a shout out here. I don't see his name on their roster. Of course, Chong Choi, the legendary Chong Choi, is the athletic trainer on the York side, so have to get his name for tomorrow. Make sure to give him his due. Usually they put that on the roster. 6 runs in the second, 2 runs in the third, 3 in the fourth. For the Patriots, the Revolution on a Brandon Boggs RBI single actually led this game 1-0 after an inning, and now 11 straight runs by the visiting Somerset Patriots. 2 on, 1 out, and a 2-2 offering to James Skelton here, who will stay in the ballgame. Somerset catcher rounding out their order for the third time tonight at the bottom. 2-2 pitch, grounded to short. Mikey picks it up himself, unassisted, steps on the bag, throws on to first to complete a 4-3 double play. And Pena gets out of it. It's the first assist or out made with a glove, aside from the catchers on a strikeout, since the first inning for the York defense. And the Revs will come up in the bottom of the fourth, but trailing 11-1 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Tennis used to be a very polite game. Today, tennis raises a racket.
Flying feet.
The style, the play, and the players are intense, athletic, and hard-charging. Flying Feet Sports Shoes welcomes the evolution of tennis and its battling players with a full line of specialty tennis shoes worthy of the new game. These aren't stand-around-look-pretty shoes. These are co-conspirators for the court. Shoes that will endure opponent after opponent, match after match. Shoes that move when and how you move and stop at your command. Shoes that fit and feel good so your feet are ready and able to take that next set. Flying Feet's team includes Asics, New Balance, Wilson, and K-Swiss in widths that fit. And the Flying Feet staff is always on the sidelines ready to help with your selection. Tennis, it's a whole new game. Be prepared to play it well.
Flying feet.
Flying Feet Sports Shoes, just off exit 18 of I-83, right behind Domino's in York.
Hi, this is Tom Dasher, president of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in retirement planning and strategies to meet individual personal goals. Whether you are looking for wealth accumulation or to maximize your retirement income. Oh, heck, this is sounding just like another commercial. Hey, listen, it's this simple. We use risk-free investment vehicles, whether you are looking to still build wealth accumulation or you want retirement income or a combination of both. It is all about getting your money parked in the place that will benefit you the most. If you want to do that, call me. My office number is 246-3879, or my mobile is 487-2096, or contact me at my new website at tomdasher.com.
Follow York Sports on your Android. Search Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Bottom of the fourth. I wish I had better news to report. It's an 11-1 Somerset Patriot advantage. Paul Braverman hanging out with you here through the middle innings. Darrell Henry will return for the top of the sixth. The man's got to eat. Talvin Nash, Luis De La Cruz, Mikey Reynolds, bottom third of the Revolution order, due here in the home half of the fourth. As Mickey Story will go back to work with plenty of run support tonight, as the Patriots lead it by a even 10 runs here in the bottom of the fourth. Revolution fans going to stick it out tonight and support the team either way. It doesn't hurt that there's post-game fireworks, but as we saw last night, turned out to be a pretty darn entertaining game. Even though it was 12-3 in favor of the visitors going into the bottom of the ninth inning, the Revolution with 6 runs tied their biggest ninth inning ever. That's the third time they had ever scored 6 in the ninth. Wilson Valdez hit a grand slam, and they got the tying run to the on-deck circle. Down 3, but came up short with a 12-9 loss. Talvin Nash takes a called strike. Nash singled, but was part of a double play ball back in the second. Here's the 0-1, and the big righty takes another called strike. 0-2 to Telvin Nash, whose official stat line shows 4 home runs, but he hit his 5th at Southern Maryland back on Thursday night, but the game suspended by rain, tied after 5 innings, so it'll be resumed on September 11th, and York's next visit down to Southern Maryland, and he will not get credit for that home run until that game is finalized. So he's hit 5, only getting credit for 4 now, and eventually that 5th will go in. But on the 0-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. Telvin Nash strikes out, and it's good morning, good afternoon, good night there as Mickey Story gets the strikeout on 3 straight pitches. Bases empty, 1 out, bottom of the 4th. Somerset leads 11-1. Luis de la Cruz singled and was left at 3rd in the 2nd. The Revs catcher and righty bat is 1 for 1. He takes a called strike. Here's the 0-1 from Story. The righty deals, and it's lifted high but along the infield. In front of the mound, the catcher Skelton makes a basket catch after calling off Story, and de la Cruz pops out. Quickly 2 up, 2 down here in the home half of the 4th. 11-1 Somerset. Mikey Reynolds, 1 for 4 with a run in yesterday's ball game, steps in. The Revolution shortstop had a rough road trip, just 4 for 21 in the 7 games through Bridgeport and Southern Maryland. One of his hits was a double, did score 4 runs, however, and had 2 sacrifice bunts. So he's trying to get hot here at home again. Started off with a base hit last night. Takes ball 1 inside. 1-0 is the count. He is York's leading hitter. Batting .311 coming into today's action. Here's the 1-0. The righty Mickey Story pumps in a strike on the inner half. 1-1 the count to Mikey Reynolds. Reynolds scuffling now. In his last 5 games, including this one, he is 1 for 16. And in his previous 19 games before this slide, he was 26 for 69. That's a .377 clip in the 3 weeks prior to the mini slump he's in right now. 2-1 pitch, lined foul straight back to the screen, and the count will go 2-2 on Mikey. Revs down to their final strike here in the bottom of the 4th. The Somerset Patriots trying to take the first 2 games of this series. They lead 11-1. They've already scored 23 runs in this series in 2.5 games. Here's the 2-2, swing and a weak grounder. Mikey might beat this out. A swinging bunt, and he does beat it out. It had to be charged from second by Nate Spears, and he got there underhand flip, but Mikey still beat it by little more than a step at first. On the flip to Adam Donahue, so Mikey Reynolds has hit safely in both games of this series now. With the infield single there as he got on top of the ball and luckily didn't get too much of it and was able to beat it out with his speed, no problem. So the Revolution with a runner at first, 2 outs here. Jose Constanza, 0 for 2, a strikeout, hit into a 1-2-3 double play with the bases loaded in the 2nd. Called strike 1 on Constanza, the lefty. The Revolution had bases loaded with nobody out in the 2nd, and then hit 2 balls hard, and still got nothing out of it, despite loading the bases with none out. Check swing, it's dribbled back to the mound off the handle of the bat and scooped up by Story, and he tosses to first, and that will be the inning. So the Revolution strand Mikey at first after his 2-out infield single, and the score remains Somerset Patriots 11, York Revolution 1 as we head to the top of the 5th. You're listening to Revolution Baseball on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
An invasive pest that's already killed millions of ash trees is bearing down on our communities. The emerald ash borer, or EAB, means certain death for every ash tree it infects. The good news is that you can protect your property's ash trees with help from Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. Our EAB prevention methods are effective, environmentally safe, and less costly than removing your dead tree, which is the only alternative to prevention. Learn more at heritagelawnandlandscape.com.
Are you dreading the impending doom of planning your company or group holiday party this year? Are you looking for something new and fresh of built-in catering and event planning? Well, the York Revolution has the solution for you. Our White Rose Hall offers a unique event space for groups of up to 200 people and is available year-round. Your event at Santander Stadium can be customized to fit your needs and budget with full-service event planning, catering, and the unique allure of the ballpark setting. In addition to holiday parties, we can host any type of business or group function. For a facility tour or to book your space today, please call the Apple Chevrolet ticket office at 717-801-HITS or visit YorkRevolution.com.
Get into the ball game with great savings and great weekly specials at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Use your gold card every time you shop and you'll automatically receive your savings and rewards. And you'll get incredible deals on the new Best Yet brand products at Nell's, Saubles, Wetzel's, Chris's New Oxford, and Stauffer's Downingtown markets. So get into the game with some great savings at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Always a hit and always a great catch.
There's only one place for local high school sports. Sports Radio 1350.
Top of the fifth inning, it's a 10-run lead for the Somerset Patriots. This is just the kind of night it's going to be, as a Maple Donuts pitching change gives us our fourth Revolution arm of the night. We've had Hunter Adkins, Edward Paredes, Tony Pena, and now Luis Perdomo, who also pitched in last night's game. Perdomo in 13 games since joining York, 1-1 with a 2.57 ERA and 14 innings pitched. Opponents batting .260. Off the hard-throwing righty. Perdomo, a cup of coffee with the Minnesota Twins in the majors a couple of years back. Robert Andino, himself with plenty of major league time with the Marlins and Orioles. The Somerset leadoff man and shortstop steps in to begin the visitor half of the fifth, and Perdomo delivers a called strike. 0-1 is the count. Andino, 1 for 3, flew to right, struck out swinging, and an RBI single for him tonight. The 0-1, swing and a miss. A big cut by Andino, swung right through it. 0-2 the count. Robert Andino, 31. He was a second-round pick by the then Florida Marlins, now the Miami Marlins, back in 2002. Major Leagues 2005 through 2013 with the Orioles, Marlins, and Seattle Mariners, parts of 9 seasons. One-two offering coming up to Andino. Perdomo kicks and deals, low and outside. And the count is 2-2. Last season, Andino was with the Pittsburgh Pirates organization, but was not in the majors. Spent the season at AAA Indianapolis in the International League. And the 2-2 pitch is outside once again. The count is 3-2 to Robert Andino. This would be a bad one. Perdomo had him 0-2 after a called strike, and then got him off speed, 84 miles an hour on a swing and a miss. A long look in to his battery mate Luis De La Cruz, who sets up on the inside. 3-2 pitch lifted in the air to left, but right at Patterson. Couple of steps in on the jog, he makes the catch. And that's the first out in the air for the Somerset Patriots since the first batter of the game when Andino flew out to right field in the first. He flies out to left, here to lead the fifth. Nobody on base, 1 out. It's 11-1 Somerset. Aaron Eggleston steps in. The longtime Patriot is 1 for 3 with a double, a run, and a pair of strikeouts. And the lefty takes a called strike. 0-1 is the count. We talked about it a little bit with Darrell back in the third inning, but one of the funnier moments in the history of this stadium involved Aaron Eggleston a couple seasons ago while he was playing for Somerset. Called strike on the inside corner. The count is 0-2. I hope that I'm allowed to tell this story here. It might be a short at bat for Eggleston. Let's see if he strikes out here. Perdomo deals. No. Low and inside. 1-2 the count. Let's try to get this in. Usually a player that's not in the lineup will coach first base in the Atlantic League or any minor league. And after a long rain delay here in a game in the second half between the Revolution and Patriots, this is 2 seasons ago in 2013. 1-2 pitch, grounded up the line, a bouncer to first. Nash fields it and he'll step on the bag, unassisted for the putout. Bases empty, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. I'm going to finish the story anyway. The Patriots dugout teamed up with the Revolution to play a trick on Aaron Eggleston. As the Revolution were coming to bat, they said, come on, somebody's got to coach first base. Come on, somebody go. And Eggleston wasn't in the lineup, and they motioned towards him, and he put on a helmet and ran over to first base to coach. Tricked, not realizing that Somerset had just batted. The Revs were due up, and then Revolution pitcher Chris Regas, who was coaching first base for York, tapped him on the shoulder and said, it's okay, I've got it. This was after a long rain delay, and everybody had a good laugh there as they were actually able to trick him into going to coach first base for the wrong team. But anyway, he grounds out to first, and David Vidal steps in and takes ball 1 low. Patriots third baseman, 1 for 3 with a ground out, an RBI single, and a strikeout. Ball 2 low as well from Luis Perdomo. 11-1 Patriots here with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. It's been a high-scoring series, mostly in Somerset's favor. It is a 23-10 composite score through the first 1.5 games of this series. David Vidal, a big swing and a miss on the 2-0 pitch. Bottom dropped out from Perdomo, and he was way too far on top of it. And for those of you that remember Fred McGriff and his kind of helicopter finish on his swing, David Vidal has that as well, as his follow-through ends up over the top of his helmet sometimes. 2-1 pitch, grounded to short, deep in the hole, backhanded by Mikey. Big throw across his body, and he's got him at first. Great play by Mikey Reynolds. Going to his right, deep in the hole at short, backhands it, and the throw across his body in plenty of time. It's a 1-2-3 5th for Luis Perdomo, but it's 11-1 Somerset. Back for the home half of the 5th in a moment on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Is your home team stuck in the doldrums of summer? Does your family wake up calling every day a boring day? Well, step up to the plate and pull them out of that slump by calling in the big hitter.
Maple Donuts.
Here's the game plan. Wake up early before anyone else, sneak out of the house, and run down to the nearest Maple Donuts, where Charlie and his team are busy loading up the bases with 58 varieties of freshly made Maple Donut All-Stars. And what a lineup! Oh, so sweet glazed Maple Donuts. Sprinkles, always a fan favorite, both chocolate and vanilla. Jelly-filled, cream-filled, chocolate peanut-covered, even peanut butter devil's food. Then round the corner and head for home with your big Baker's Dozen box of freshly picked winners. Your family will roll out of bed, stumble down the stairs, walk into a kitchen filled with that irresistible smell, and cheer you as they start their day the Maple Donuts way. So step up to the plate and bring them home, slugger. Maple Donuts, the perfect game plan for the perfect summer breakfast surprise.
Maple Donuts taste right.
Sports Radio 1350 WOYK is York's only local sports station. And we just added more local sports talk. Now, every Thursday afternoon, 4 till 6, it's York's local sports show, Game Day with Game Time PA. Join Steve Navaroli and the sports writers from Game Time PA each week as they break down the latest in high school sports and preview the weekend's biggest games. Game Day with Game Time PA on the new Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Bottom of the 5th inning, 11-1. The Patriots lead the homestanding York Revolution. Paul Braverman, glad you could join me tonight for the middle innings. 3 more outs. Darrell Henry returns for the top of the 6th. Patriots out hitting the Revs 11-6. Wilson Valdez, Eric Patterson, Brandon Boggs, 2, 3, and 4. Due up for York here in the home half. Wilson, a single and a run in the first. He flew out to center in the second. Right-hander steps in, and Mickey Story will go back to work. The righty deals, and deals a called strike in the inner half. 0-1 the count to Wilson Valdez. Hit the ball hard with runners at second and third and 2 out in the second, but a liner to center probably deserved a hit. It was right on the screws, right on time, up the middle. Fouls one off, reaching for it, lunging to the outside part of the plate, 0-2 the count. Valdez has been swinging a hot bat of late. Yesterday, 4 for 5 with 2 doubles and a grand slam for Valdez. And he scored thrice. He's done it big and small, as it was his squeeze bunt in the 11th inning on Tuesday that gave the Revs a 5-4 win at Southern Maryland. 0-2 pitch, popped up, first base side, out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Wilson Valdez in the last 3 weeks, in his last 21 games, is batting .380. 35 for his last 92 with 12 steals and 12 multi-hit games in his last 21. Here's the 0-2. Grounded to short, going to be a tough play, charging it, scooped up by Andino. Good transfer on the throw. And he's got Valdez at first, 6-3. Bases empty, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Patriots in a laugher thus far lead York 11-1. In case you were wondering, Somerset is the county in New Jersey. The actual town where the Patriots' home ballpark, TD Bank Ballpark, is located is in Bridgewater, New Jersey, in central Jersey, about equidistant from New York and Philadelphia. Maybe a little closer to New York. I'd have to check that, but I think that's the case. Eric Patterson steps in and takes ball 1 low. 0 for 2 with a ground out and a pop out. In left field tonight, the versatile Patterson is for York, and the lefty chops one foul. First base side, 1-1, the count. 1 for 4 with a run and a walk yesterday for Patterson. He had a good road trip. 12 for 37 with a homer, 3 doubles, a triple, 4 RBI, 6 runs scored, and a steal for good measure in the 7 games through Bridgeport and Southern Maryland. It'll be a 2-1 upcoming to Patterson. Mickey Story fires, and a curveball that Patterson again grounds foul, first base side. Brandon Boggs on deck for York. He's been on base twice tonight. Story deals, and Patterson with a swing and a drive. Deep right field. This one is gone. Did it bounce back in? I thought that was gone. I thought it bounced off the Cannonball Charlie area. Patterson never stopped running. It was bouncing around the outfield, and he gets to third on a triple. And Inohel Polanco, the Revs' third base coach, is indeed arguing it was a homer and looking way out to right field. I thought the same. I thought it bounced off the Lee Fence and Outdoors sign, which is right behind Cannonball Charlie, and bounced back into play. But apparently the umpiring crew saying it bounced off the top of the wall. Patterson, to his credit, never went into a trot and never stopped running, and he ends up at third on a triple. I mean, that ball was crushed, and it was high in the air, but I still thought it had plenty to get out, and I could have sworn it bounced off that backside, which is over the home run wall, but the first pitch is in and in high for ball 1 to Brandon Boggs, so that'll settle that. Can't argue it anymore, and Mark Mason must have agreed with the call because he did not come out to argue, so Patterson with a 1-out triple, and a sac fly is available here for Brandon Boggs with 1 out and Patterson at third. But now Boggs swinging a drive. This one down the right field line, had the distance, but it curves foul. So Patterson crushes a triple that just barely misses being a home run off the top of the wall in right field. And Brandon Boggs now hitting in a 1-1 count after a long strike, just foul all down the right field line. Boggs grounds this one foul up the line at first into the home bullpen. 1-2 the count, so Boggs an RBI single in the first, a walk in the third, and was stranded at first. Eric Patterson, of course, led the Atlantic League in triples last year with an eye-popping 17. That was a single-season Atlantic League record for Eric Patterson, who is the York Revolution all-time triples leader. He's no slouch this year either. That's Patterson's 6th three-base hit of 2015. And I thought, and a lot of people thought, including Inohel Polanco, coaching third base, that it was Patterson's 10th homer of the year. Came off the bat like a home run. Sounded like one for sure. So, sorry for the unnecessary excitement, premature jocularity, as Keith Olbermann would say. It's a shame that show's not in the air anymore. That was appointment viewing in the afternoon. Moving on, 3-2 after ball 3 misses high to Boggs. It'll be a payoff pitch from Mickey Story. Runner at third, 1 out. The Revolution a lot of work to do. They trail the Somerset Patriots 11-1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Story from the stretch, 3-2 offering on the way. Line back up the middle, down for a hit into center field. Patterson trots home to score, and the Revolution break up a string of 11 unanswered Somerset Patriot runs. Boggs with his second RBI single of the night, his 38th run driven in of the season. He's been on base all 3 times with a walk, so Patterson's 1-out triple eventually scores, and the Revolution, who led 1-0 after the Boggs RBI single in the first, then give up 11 runs to the Patriots, and the journey of 1,000 miles, single step, and so on and so forth. It's an 11-2 ball game in the bottom of the 5th, and the Somerset trainer now is out to look at Mickey Story. So this would be a storyline, no pun intended, for the Patriots, as first half division champs. Their playoff spot is already locked up, as they have an overall record of 71-39. They went 50-20 in the first half, 22-19 here in the second half. 72-39 is their overall record. I shorted them 1. Brett Jody, the Patriots manager, the former big league pitcher for the Yankees and Padres, former pitching coach for the Patriots, who inherited the managerial job when former Yankee legend reliever Sparky Lyle retired a couple of seasons ago. He and the Somerset trainer out to take a look at Mickey Story, and Story is going to throw a couple pitches here to make sure he's all right. So I didn't see anything demonstrative, but obviously they noticed something, some kind of hitch with Story. Still 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Revolution trail Somerset 11-2, but some signs of life here as a Patterson 1-out triple to the top of the wall in right field, followed by a Brandon Boggs line single over the second base bag that rolled into center to bring home York's second run of the night, and Story will indeed stay in the ballgame. Zach Clark will nonetheless start warming up for Somerset. Ron Scutters is warming up in the York Revolution bullpen. Probably see him here in the 6th. With Hunter Adkins chased out of this game in the second inning, the York starter, probably in a situation where you're going to see 1 reliever an inning for the rest of the night from Mark Mason and pitching coach Paul Fletcher. Andres Perez 1 for 2, singled in the first, was stranded there, and struck out swinging in the third. The Revolution all-time leader in games played, doubles, base hits, and RBI step in. He leads the Atlantic League with 67 RBI. First pitch swinging a long drive. Right field alley. That one's off the wall. Boggs will make it from first to third. He'll have to hold there. Perez cruises into second with a stand-up double. For Andres Perez, it's his 99th double in a Revolution uniform. 1 more from a milestone, but he secured the franchise lead all-time in doubles in the first half of this season. So Brandon Boggs at third, Perez at second, still just 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th as the Revs trying to rally. They're down 9 runs with 1 run already in this inning. Jacob Calderon steps in, DHing tonight for York, the lefty 0 for 1 with a pair of groundouts and a sac fly available to him. Ball comes in from the bullpen on the Revolution side to delay things temporarily. Calderon's thinking 3-run homer here, and we might have ourselves a ball game. If so, at least more of a ball game than we have now, but a sac fly is available to him with the runner at third. Curveball in for a strike from Story, and the count is 0-1. Andres Perez, like Eric Patterson's triple off the wall in the right field alley, narrowly missed a home run himself. He leads the Revolution in that department this season as well with 11, as he hit the wall on the fly. So the Revolution dusting off the bats here in the 5th. The 0-1, swing and a grounder, comebacker, hits Story, right back at him. There's not a force play, but he knocks it down with Boggs running, shovels it home. Skelton tags Boggs for the out. So another hard hit ball and some bad luck for York as a disappointing outcome there. Calderon down to first with a fielder's choice, right back at Story. A low liner got him on the leg. He appears to be okay. The Somerset trainer and Brett Jody will again come out, but he's waving them off. But now he is kind of pointing at his right knee. As a low liner got him, he knocked it down. Boggs was running, and he flipped home, and Skelton had the easy tag out. Andres Perez, after his double, advanced from second to third, so it's a 1-2 put out at home of Boggs. Runners on the corners now, 2 outs for Telvin Nash, who singled in the second and struck out swinging in the 4th, and this is the second medical visit to make sure Mickey Story's not injured this inning, so he'll throw a couple more warm-up pitches, something he's already done earlier in this inning. He says he's fine. Initially, he waved back the trainer and said, "I'm okay, it didn't get me that bad." And then maybe the bruise set in a little bit, because then he was kind of pointing at the area between his knee and ankle, maybe shin area on his right leg, but looks to be okay, as it was a hot shot back up the middle. So in steps Telvin Nash, the big first baseman, batting 7th tonight for York. Story deals, Nash, he loaded up for it, but ends up taking a first pitch strike, as Nash, plenty of weight transfer when he connects. He loads up, he brings that bat back, and he's got quick hands and really drives through the ball, as he's got a bit of a windup on his own as a hitter, and we've seen some of the mammoth home runs he's had in his career, not only in York, but back with the Houston Astros and their system. And he's a guy that does not get cheated on any swings. He's a power hitter and happy to be one. Gets brushed back here by Story after taking a called strike. Little chin music high and in will even the count at 1-1. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. The Somerset Patriots, though, lead the Revolution 11-2 here in the home half of the 5th. 1-1 on the way. Nash takes it in at the knees, and the count is 2-1. Nine hits tonight now for York. Inside, 3-1, so you should get a strike here, something to drive perhaps. Telvin Nash on the road trip, 8 for 27, 2 homers, 3 doubles, 3 RBI, and 8 runs scored. Walked 7 times in 7 games on the road trip. Not bad when a power hitter is getting on base, walking an average of once a game. And those stats on the last road trip for Nash don't even include the home run in the game that's currently suspended, tied at 1 after 5 innings, after the deluge in Southern Maryland that rained out the remainder of that game. That game will be resumed in York's next visit to Southern Maryland in about 3 weeks, as they go back there September 11th through the 13th. And they're going to resume the suspended game Friday night on September 11th and then play the regularly scheduled game. So they'll have 4 results in that series instead of 3, with half a game already played. 3-1 pitch, misses low, and Telvin Nash goes out to the mound to confront Mickey Story. There's already a lot of bad blood between these two clubs. We saw them clear out the benches in May, and now the bench is clearing out. Here come the bullpens. Everybody on the field, coaches and players included, jammed up in a circle, in a pile up at first base, halfway up the line. So it was a 3-1 pitch, and it missed low and looked to be low and outside. And these two teams already have bad blood, so who knows what's being said back and forth as the game goes on. That's not for us to know. And Nash, walking out of the batter's box instead of going right to first, took a little detour. He and Mickey Story had words, and the catcher James Skelton, who's given up about 75 pounds to Telvin Nash at least, gets between, but by then the mass of humanity had come in to get between everybody, and the teams are still locked up down there. There's not really any pushing, just some minimal contact, but guys are really in each other's faces. And now this seems to be dissipating as the umpires have tunneled through the get-together here to the middle, and the teams are beginning to separate. And I'm not really sure if there was a specific incident. I don't know if it's a specific incident that has sparked this in this game, or this is just lingering from the clear-out back in May when Matt Gamble showboated on a home run for Somerset and then was hit by Edward Paredes in retaliation later in the game. And these teams are really hot at each other. There's a few players making peacemaker, and now I think that's Calderon, who has to be physically restrained by a teammate down in front of the York dugout. I'm not sure if that's him or not. It's as these teams, well, it's not gotten physical, really barking at each other, and these teams just don't like each other. The Somerset Patriots have just had a way of getting under York's skin this year, whether it's taunting or it's maybe rubbing it in a little bit, as York has not played well against this club this year, and as on display tonight, losing 11-2 in the fifth inning and 12-9 loss last night. York has not played well at home against Somerset, and this kind of stuff continues to bubble up. And now we've got another fire burning at second base here as Robert Andino is jawing with Jacob Calderon, but they're going their separate ways now at second. That wasn't Calderon that had to be held back in front of the Revolution dugout, because he's still a runner right now at second base after the Nash walk. So the Telvin Nash walk loads the bases. And it's tough to say what sets this off, but Nash and Story certainly had words for each other. I don't know who was the first to speak there, but it might not be any one thing, but it certainly is a lingering frustration and not too much love lost between these two clubs. So after all of that, Perez at third after the double, Calderon at second after the fielder's choice. Nash's walk loads the bases, and in steps the catcher Luis de la Cruz, a single and a pop out tonight. He's 1 for 2. He was stranded at third back in the second. Story goes back to work. First pitch swinging. Ground ball up the middle. Shortstop side into center field. Base hit. 1 run will score. Dropping the ball. It's bobbled. Sliding in safely at third is Nash, and that means Perez scores. 2 runs home, and now the fans are going to get on the Patriots here. Let's be clear, this game's still out of reach. The Revolution need a couple more big base hits. But now it's 11-4, and a little bit of a Bronx cheer for Mickey Story and the Patriots, as after that dust-up and the bench is clearing, the Revolution fans like the result as De La Cruz comes up and strokes a ground ball up the middle for a pair of RBI. He has 24 on the season now. Perez scored from third to make it 11-3. Calderon scored from second to make it 11-4, and Nash went first to third on the play. And on the throw, De La Cruz gets down to second. So second and third, 2 outs for Mikey Reynolds. And the Revolution's shortstop rounding out the York order for the third time tonight. A walk and a single tonight. Count is 0-1 after he lines it straight back to the screen. Right-hander Mikey Reynolds, the 8th batter of what is already a 3-run inning for the Revolution here in the 5th, with 4 base hits. Missing low, the count is 1-1. That goes down as an RBI single for Luis de la Cruz and an error on the center fielder Ricky Claudio as he bobbled that ball, which allowed Calderon to score and Nash to go from first to third. 1-1 pitch, popped up foul down the line. Right field side into the hospitality area down there, and the count is 1-2. Somerset, they do that feed me more gesture when they get on base, and it really gets under York's skin, and I don't know if any one specific one of those led to that dust up there, but these two clubs just aren't too fond of each other, and that's pretty much all there is to it. I think that was Jose Constanza that was being restrained. I mistook him for Jacob Calderon. I think that was him being restrained in front of the dugout, and I think he's been thrown out of the game, and that's the reason. He was furious with something, and he was thrown out by the crew because James Simmons is on deck. So Simmons is going to come in and hit for Costanza here if Mikey reaches base here, and he'll stay in to play center field. 2-2 pitch to Reynolds, grounded foul off the screen in front of the Revolution dugout, first base side. So Simmons is going to come in and has been inserted into the game as the center fielder for York. So Jose Constanza was the one ready to go out there and have words with either a Patriot, an umpire, or both. And he obviously said something or did something in that pile there that we might not have seen that got him tossed from this game. So Simmons now in the game for York on deck. 2-2 pitch misses low and outside. Mikey Reynolds in a 3-2 count. So full count, 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th, 3 runs already home for the Revolution. They are making it more respectable here. It's 11-4 Patriots. And a base knock here for Mikey. If it scored 2 runs, we could have a downright ball game on our hands here for the late innings. Reynolds goes the other way with it. It's through! It's under the glove of Donahue at first. 1 run will score. Throw to the plate offline. 2-run score. Mikey trying to take an extra bag. Won't make it. Skelton the catcher down to Spears at second. Applies the tag to Mikey. Just did get him. Fans will boo, but he was out. An aggressive play, but nevertheless, it's okay for Mikey as he drives in 2 runs with a single to right that got under the glove of the hulking Adam Donahue at first. Couldn't get there in time. Reynolds now with 12 RBI as Nash scores from third and De La Cruz hustles around ahead of the throw from the right fielder Michael Burgess, which was up the first base line and too hot for Skelton to handle. He scores, and it's 11-6. The Revolution put up a 5 spot in the bottom of the 5th inning. We've got ourselves a ball game, 11-6, going to the 6th here at Santander Stadium tonight. So what a flurry that was. Darrell Henry back in a moment. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Broadway transmission? I don't know how they do it.
We've been in business for 60 years at the same location.
I don't know how they do it.
It's our long-term nationwide warranties.
Oh, and don't forget our online appointment scheduling.
I still don't know how they do it.
They toted my van at no cost with my repair.
It's our ATRA certified technicians. Don't forget the good-looking genius in the office.
Come on, man.
I know they helped me with financing. Still, with my bad credit, I don't know how they do it.
I did my research and felt comfortable that Broadway is a AAA approved specialty repair shop. I showed my AAA card and saved some hard-earned cash.
I was happy to get a $100 rebate in the mail after the job was done.
I sure don't know how they do it, but I do know they get it done, and they get it done right.
Broadway transmission. We'll get your shift together and back on the road fast. Check us out on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
High school football is on Sports Radio 1350 this fall. Tune in every Friday night for the WOYK High School Football Game of the Week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Your kids, your teams.
Henry has it, turns the corner, he's inside the 5, he's at the goal line, he's into the end zone. Andrew Henry, 7-yard touchdown run, would not be denied.
It's local sports from local people on York's only local sports station. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports. On air, online, and on your smartphone. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Head of the 6th inning, it's an 11-6 Somerset lead. Just another tame, ordinary, boring old game between these two. As we head to the 6th, the Rebs were down 11-1, a 5-run inning with some nastiness involved. Ron Scooters will take over. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Evidently, Jose Constanza was ejected. James Simmons was on deck when that inning ended. And Scooter's first pitch is fouled back to the net by Michael Burgess. Somerset cleanup hitter. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Scooters came running in. He's got a great head of hair, and he came running in with no hat from the Revs bullpen during that incident. He was warming up, and now he's in the game. Perdomo had to really be restrained. I don't know if he was tossed, but he had worked the 5th inning and perhaps was giving way to Scooters anyway, who misses with a curveball here. 1 ball, 1 strike. Burgess, a walk, a strikeout, a solo homer tonight. And the 1-1, and a swing and a miss. A slider down and away, 1-2. Stretch. He fires, and a swing and a foul back, and out of play. One thing after all of that, have ourselves a game. And we still have 4 full innings to go tonight, and the Revs are within 5. Somerset does have a great back end of the bullpen, but we shall see. Here's a line drive the other way, a base hit, and it'll shoot up the gap. And it lands wedged under the padding in left center. Retrievable for Patterson. It wasn't worthy of the automatic double, but it is a double for Burgess on a liner the other way to begin the 6th. Well, he's got his second extra base hit of the night. And here comes Mike Wilson. First offering, it's down low and blocked by De La Cruz. Wilson 3 for 3 tonight. 2-run homer, 2 singles, 3 runs scored. The Revs trying to retire him for the first time in tonight's game. He's driven in 4 in the first 2 games of this series. Stretch. There's the 1-0 and a fastball just inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Wilson, the home run that he hit earlier tonight. Here's the 2-0. And that's over for a strike. Top of the zone. Patriot dugout whining about that. 2 balls and 1 strike. They thought it was high. Wilson had some extracurriculars on his homer earlier tonight, evidently. Pitch to him is trickled foul, third base side, 2-2. And some of the Revs maybe took exception to that. So that may have heightened the senses from early on this evening. And the Patriots have a history of that in this park this season. And Matt Gamble pimped one back in May. The 2-2, that's high and tight. And Wilson spins away. And evidently, he enjoyed his back in the 2nd inning tonight. At the expense of Hunter Adkins and the Revs. On a payoff pitch, up and in, and Wilson walks. So the first 2 have reached this inning. He is on base all 4 times. And Ricky Claudio will bat. Claudio 1 for 3, a single, a run scored, 2 strikeouts. And the first pitch, fastball right down the middle for a strike. Well, it's a big inning for Scooters, all of the nastiness aside, trying to keep it where it is. Here's a chopper the other way, third base side. And it's 0-2. All of a sudden, the Revs, who are down 11-1, are within 11-6. And obviously what they did last night was pretty eye-opening in the 9th inning. They might be facing other members of the Patriot bullpen tonight, but Pitch here is fouled away, third base side. It's a confident and consistently clicking offensive group here these days. The 0-2, and is swinging a foul back and out of play. Another 0-2, and is swinging a tap foul behind the plate. It is kind of interesting. There was bad blood in May. These teams haven't seen each other in 3 months, and they're at it again. Here's another 0-2, and is swinging a little trickler foul to the left of the home plate circle. It's the 5th straight 2-strike foul. Guess what? We're going to have a guest here in the booth this inning. Sean Smith is in the house tonight. He will join us on the mic momentarily. Another 0-2. And a curveball lobbed in the air, foul. De La Cruz hustling over toward the stands, and it lands about 3 rows in. Over by the third base dugout. Holds at no balls and 2 strikes. By the way, on our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard, owe you an update there. Lancaster trailing 6-0 in the 6th inning at Southern Maryland. Camden up 3-2 in the 8th at Long Island. Bridgeport and Sugar Land tied at 2 in the 6th. Pitch, and that's down and away. 1-2. All right, we said Smitty would be in here. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. I'm just here checking out the fellas, showing some support. I see him fighting right here. I mean, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, right?
That's good, though. They're not giving up, and that's good. I see that they've really turned some things around. That just means that it's really good in the clubhouse, and fellas believe in themselves. So I'm happy for them.
Foul tip that ricocheted off De La Cruz and back against the net. So when you see that, does that make you want to be down there? And I mean, did that get your blood pumping a little to see the benches empty?
I mean, it's good. I mean, I'd rather been down there just regardless, even without that happening. But that's not the way things are. But in the same breath, I just I see that they have life, and that's good. That's why you can't just go off of what happened earlier in the year, and not be so up and down on a day-to-day basis, because the ultimate goal is to get into the playoffs and win a championship. And you play like that day in and day out, whether you're losing or winning, and just know that your ultimate goal is still to be determined. So you still got a chance.
Another foul tip back. I believe that is the 7th 2-strike foul in this at bat. And Scudder steps off. Claudio had one of these types of at-bats earlier tonight, not to this extent, but not going down easily. 2 on, nobody out here in the 6th inning. Scudder's with his 22nd pitch coming up.
This guy's been almost lights out, huh?
Pretty much. You were here for his debut. That was the first time you were on with me. As Claudio drives this one toward the corner in left field. And off the glove of Patterson, who was in pursuit of it, and around to score is Burgess. Patterson, and I hope he's okay. Mace is coming out of the dugout. Patterson was approaching the corner, reached up, looked like he was about to have it, and it hit off his glove, and I guess he's okay. Mace is arguing that it should have been foul, perhaps. But in full stride, it bounced off his glove, and for the moment, it's now 12-6 Somerset, but Mace thought that ball was foul. He's out talking to Bill Reuter about it. Hoping we can get a replay on this. Here we go. I can't tell, though, if it was fair or foul, and they had ruled it fair, and it'll stand. So 12-6. Patterson will be charged with an error. And Somerset gets one of those runs back.
What'd you think about Mikey in second base? You think it was safe?
Ooh. Well,
from the stands, he looked safe. I didn't see a replay or didn't have the best view, but from where I was sitting in the stands, he did. And I know they're down a little bit, but Mikey's a high energy guy, and you know, he gets things going. I think that was the right decision by running.
Yeah. I mean, I love the response last inning. Here's Adam Donahue, who took the first pitch low. It's first and second again, a run home. The next one is up high, and a 2-0 count. I lost my pen, Smitty. Do you have any idea where it... I'm looking all over the booth for it.
Where goes 3 pins?
Yeah.
I steal bases, not pins. I'm sorry.
No, I know. I'm looking for... Oh, well. Somewhat superstitious, but we'll figure it out.
Uh-oh. What does it look like?
There's a strike in at the knees. Well, it's a black pen.
Well,
it's gray. Maybe Paul took it.
Pun intended.
There it is. Thank you, Mike. That wasn't it either, but it'll work. The next one is down and in. 3-1 on Donahue.
I'll fill in for the black pen then. How about that? So now we're locked in.
Yeah, we're good. Well, from watching, from where you were in the stands, any idea what led to? I'd heard that maybe Wilson enjoyed his early home run, and I know they had a history of that with Gamble earlier this year. As Scooters misses high, it's a walk, and that'll load them. But could you see anything specifically that may have?
Again, not being down there, not knowing what's going on the field, it's all speculation. But if, from one perspective, I mean, it could be from earlier in the year where the guy pimped a home run and did the airplane around the bases / first place team or a team that's already in the playoffs, kind of beating up on a team that's not yet in the playoffs, and you kind of pitch around somebody. You're up 11-2, I believe the score was at the time. And ended up walking Nash, I believe, in an off-speed pitch. You know what I mean? Just little things like that. It's etiquette that still goes along. I mean, just like you can't steal bases when you're up by a certain amount of runs. When you have a lead like that, don't really try to pick at things and try to play for your numbers per se. There's still other people out there in that field that have a job to do and that are playing with you, and you're putting people in jeopardy. And if you feel disrespected, on the unwritten rules, then it'll play out on the field. So again, this is all speculation, so who knows what really happened, but that could be one of the things there.
There's Nate Spears, who takes a little high, and Scooters has a few words for Bill Reuter. He thought that was close enough after a visit from De La Cruz. Bases loaded, no outs. 12-6 Somerset. Here's the stretch, the 1-0, and that one's over for a strike. So I know they didn't really give Nash much to hit in an 11-2 game. Would that infuriate a hitter?
That would, and it could. And again, you never know. I mean, you never know the type of day that person's having, or just in the clubhouse, or it could have been some things just on the field. But just from the outside looking in, if you're on defense and you're winning, your team is up 11-2. You want to see your pitcher go after that guy and not necessarily be, pitching around him or scared to give up a hit, or let's just say a home run per se. I know this guy, he had a pretty decent ERA. He might have been pitching, for that. And if that was the case, once again, it's speculation, then I think Nash had every right to say something to him, because, you want to be taken serious. You're out here. This is professional baseball, and, that's kind of against professional etiquette per se.
Well, Nate Spears gets a hold of one and yanks a double to right at one hop the wall. 2 runs score on it. So a 14-6 Somerset lead. Second and third, still no outs in the inning. That is Mike Wilson's 4th run scored tonight. And James Skelton will stand in. He's 1 for 3 with a 3-run homer. And the first pitch from Scooters is in for a strike. Somerset was responsible for the highest run total against the Revs this season, 17, back on May 24th. And after 12 last night, 14 tonight. There's the 0-1. Misses down and away. Before this series, Revs pitchers had a 3.03 ERA over the previous 28 games played. There's the stretch. And the 1-1. Swung on, line to right field, and that's going to get down for a hit. Boggs over toward the line to play it on a hop. Donahue in to score. Spears goes up one base to third. And it's 15-6, a 4-run inning, and first and third, still no outs. Well, Smitty, how's everything with you? What's the latest with you in the rehab? And Mace coming out, looks like he's going to go to the bullpen again, but what's going on with you these days?
I'm doing all right, man. I mean, I'm still getting myself together, and you know, the universe is perfect. I'm here breathing. I'm here supporting the fellas. I mean, that's what it's about. I got a chance to bring my son out here, the lady. They're having a great time. Just coming to, you know, pretty much say my goodbyes. I'm going to head back out to Arizona next week and get out there the first week of September and rehab at Exos and finish and put myself in the best position possible to, you know, to bounce back and do the things that I need to do.
Now, I can't remember if we talked about this on air or not, but I know you had shown me some pictures of the workout facility. There's some pretty well-known athletes there. I know you had mentioned Michelle Wee is one that works out there. Who all is at that facility? I know you're going to a really good place.
It is, and that's all you can ask for, really. And you see, you know, what happens from there. Odell Beckham works out there. Have Colin Kaepernick.
That's right.
Jacoby,
we did talk about
this.
Those.
Jacoby Ellsbury. Who else? Andre Ether. There's a lot of guys there. I mean, if you just want to go after names, but not so much. You know, I know the names are the big thing and they're cool, and you know these are superstars. But it's like the X-Men house, like Professor X's house for mutants. It's for athletes, and you go there and you're really getting after it. It's not just, hey, you're lifting these weights and doing all this heavy stuff. You're doing a lot of functional things, a lot of things for explosion, and they explain to you and they teach you, you know, what works and why you have to fire in certain ways. So, again, I'm just, you know, I am hurt or was hurt, or however you want to categorize it, and I know just by me going through that experience allowed me to get out there into something like that. You can look at it as like a bad thing, but I look at it as a blessing, you know. Everything you go through in life, you have to learn from it and find some type of either silver lining or happiness in it, because regardless of the things that happen, you know, are bad times, you don't want to have to go through them, but sometimes in life things are inevitable and you just have to be prepared for them. So again, I wouldn't change a thing, man. I mean if I did say that, then that would just me be, you know, I'll be being selfish. So I get to see the game from a different perspective, and I'm still here supporting the guys. I mean, setting records with, you know, Perez and Wilson and, you know, Penny, and, you know, these are my boys. It's clubhouse first. I mean, I miss the guys. I still keep in touch with a lot of them. I'll probably see them tonight and say my goodbyes.
Here is Robert Andino facing Mike DeMark, and first pitch swinging, he singles up the middle. 16-6 Somerset. That's the greeting as one more run comes in. And Smitty, this pitching staff has been performing very well. What do you make of Somerset coming in and doing this 2 nights in a row? This is kind of unforeseen.
Yeah, I mean, but that's baseball as well. I mean, it could easily be the opposite score with the Revs being up. And at the end of the day, you're still playing to get into the playoffs and to win a championship. So regardless of what happens right now today, has no effect on, you know, what the future holds. So these games, no, you don't want to have to be on the losing end of them, but this is baseball. They're professionals as well, and it happens. So these are the games you really just go home and you try to forget about them, just because tomorrow's a new day. I mean, it can happen again tomorrow. It could be completely different. But, again, baseball is a game of failure. If it's not called baseball, it'd be called fail ball. You know, I'm sure Eggleston, you know, he probably thought he got hit there on purpose, but he didn't.
Yeah, that one just brushed his jersey. DeMark was a teammate of his last season, and I've always known Eggleston to be a kind fellow. But it is a hit by pitch. Nothing develops from it. It will load the bases, still no outs, and already 5 runs home in the inning. 16-6. And now David Vidal, the 9th hitter of the inning, coming up. And that was on an 0-1 count, too, by the way. That wasn't the first pitch. Eggleston had fouled the first one off. DeMarc to Vidal, a slider. It's a called strike. It's only DeMarc's 3rd appearance since returning.
Mm-hmm. This is a guy you want on your staff. I mean, he's going to take the ball in any situation, whether it's a close game, whether you're up or down, and give you everything you have. So you like him on the mound, especially in a game like this. This could be a situation to where a pitcher is going to be used, or multiple pitchers that weren't foreseen to be in the game, and you're kind of mentally in a different place. But you still have to stay locked because you never know what can happen. I mean, they're down by 10 right now. I mean, you still have a chance. I mean, sometimes it's like, oh my gosh, you don't. But if you think like that, then you never will.
Now 1-2. He's ahead on the hitter. How about a triple play?
If that happens right now, you should play the lottery.
The pitch and a slider breaks away. 2-2. On DeMarc. I guess it's a good situation to get him in and let him build up the pitch count again and get that comfort level back. I don't know if he needs that at this point. He's had a couple of games since returning. And now Vidal, maybe a little gamesmanship calls time right as DeMarc was getting set. Here's the stretch from him. And the 2-2. And in the dirt. Oh, that hit De La Cruz. Ricochets partway up the third baseline. He crumbles over.
He'll get up.
Where'd that hit him?
Get up.
He angrily waves off Chong and Mays, who were partway out.
De La Cruz is an animal. He's a winner, man. He's a winner. Regardless of what's happening on that field, he's going to give you everything he has. He's a bulldog.
Got him somewhere inside the shin guard. He'll squat back down. It's a full count. And the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss.
Good pitch.
And DeMarc gets him on the slider. 1 away here in the top of the 6th. At long last, here's the first out. Vidal not too happy. Hear him scream as he heads back to the dugout. Bring out Michael Burgess, who's 2 for 3 tonight. A double, a homer, a walk. His only out was on a strikeout. Rebs had racked up the Ks tonight. There's a slider down low for ball 1.
This guy used to be in the Nationals organization. He was a big pick. He might have been a first rounder. I know he's one of the big prospects.
He sure was. Out of high school in 07.
Oh, there you go.
The next one's down low, 2-0. Made it as high as Double-A. He was there with the Orioles earlier this season in Bowie. There's the stretch from DeMarc, the 2-0. And a swing and a miss. He let it fly. The slider was up a little, but DeMarc got him to swing through it. 2 balls, 1 strike. Burgess started this inning with a 2-base hit. Rebs 5, answered by Somerset's 5. Here's a swing and a foul back. Out of play, it's 2-2. Now, I know we had the issue earlier this year. Is there really bad blood completely between the two teams? I mean, blanket statement, do they hate each other? Here's the pitch, and a swing at a bouncer to first. Nash is there. He'll glove it and take it himself. A run scores on the second out of the inning. It's 17-6.
it would be unfair for me to say yes or no because I'm no longer in the clubhouse. In order for you to know, like, the little things that go on and not just, speculate. And when we do speculate, a lot of times you can make things make sense, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're the truth.
Right.
But since I'm not in there every single day with the fellas and on the field and know what's really going on, I cannot say. Possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a grown man out here. If you feel feel disrespected in any type of way and it's, the wrong way for the wrong reasons, then, it could get like that.
Here's Mike Wilson, who has a homer, 2 singles, a walk tonight, 4 runs scored. 2-run homer early in the game. Gave Somerset a 2-1 lead at the time. A long time ago. Here's the 1-0. And that misses down low.
A lot of times, we get caught up in just watching the game itself, just, throwing the ball, hitting the ball, running, catching, those things like that. But there's a game inside the game, the unwritten rules and just, little things that you know about people from being around them, playing with them or against them that play into that day or that pitch or that moment, really. So there's so many things that could be happening, going on. There's a lot of facets to the game, and that's the beauty of baseball.
3-0 count here. DeMarc missing low on Wilson. Now he delivers. And a slider. It's a called strike. Top of the zone. Three balls, 1 strike. First base is open here. And DeMarc can try to get him on his pitch. He fires, and there's a slider for strike 2 called. And that'll fill it up. 3-2. Trying to end the inning. He's set. And the payoff pitch. Slider again. He hooks a line drive right to short. Right at Mikey Reynolds, and the inning's over. Well, eventually, DeMarc ends up retiring the final 3. Somerset answers York's 5, though, with a 6th spot in the 6th. A strange one tonight, a wild one tonight, and in many ways an ugly one tonight. Revs will look to answer offensively themselves. 17-6, Somerset leads. Sean Smith with us in the booth as we go to the bottom of the 6th.
Providing quality services efficiently and in a timely manner to its clients is the mission of the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis & Calkins. GSLSC is equipped to handle any real estate transactions, leases, residential and commercial real estate settlements, zoning issues, and all matters involving municipalities. They are also experienced in the formation and operation of family real estate ventures that are tax sensitive to the needs of the investors. Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis & Calkins is an approved title insurance agency and can provide you with title insurance and legal representation at one low cost when buying a home or investment property. Don't risk any real estate settlement without an experienced real estate attorney from the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis & Calkins at your side. Phone 717-757-7602. They've been handling residential and commercial real estate matters in South Central Pennsylvania for more than 50 years. With mortgage interest rates at an all-time low, now is the time to buy or refinance. Phone 717-757-7602 today or visit their website, gslsc.com.
Savory's Funnel Cakes have brought their delicious funnel cakes from the York Fair to Santander Stadium. Be sure to visit their stand on the third base concourse near the hop corner, as they offer both regular and pumpkin funnel cakes. Also, be sure to check out Savory's Funnel Cake Eating Challenge played between innings during York Revolution home games. They also offer event catering. Give Savory's a call at 717-271-3485. That's 717-271-3485. Savory's Funnel Cakes, York's delicious delicacy for all to enjoy.
The radio home of the Revs. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Back at Santander Stadium, we go to the bottom of the 6th, and Smitty here in the booth, and I know you want to get back to your family in the stands, but this is it for us here in York with you this season. You're heading back to train, so we've very much enjoyed having you here another year, and I want to say your piece to the fans. I know they really appreciate your efforts, and I know you love them too.
I do. I mean, the people here are second to none, and I've said it, since the beginning of last year. Just the community, people being, tight-knit here, and everybody taking care of each other and looking out for each other. Like, this is one of the most beautiful places in all of baseball, big league, minor league, and you really can't ask for much more being out there in that field. So I do want to say my thank yous. I've had some of the best moments of my life and my career here, even though I've only been here for a full season. But that just it's a testament to the people here, to the staff, coaching staff, Mace and Fletch, Polo, you, Daryl. We had I know we don't have Daniel Kurish anymore. Kush is what I call him. But we've we've had some special moments. I mean, I know we got close last year to winning it, and hopefully these guys will get it done this year. They still have a lot of good guys in there, and they've turned some things around. Playing against the Somerset Patriots, I tip my hat to their organization as well. I've played for them in the past, and who knows? This could be it for not for baseball, because I'm definitely not retired, but but just for the Atlantic League. And you see growth. You see a lot of people come in here and just risking their lives, whether it's swimming across oceans from other countries or just in the States, having to leave families and friends and things like that. I don't think people really understand the real life aspect. Yes, we are blessed and very lucky to be able to play baseball, but a lot of us, we have jobs outside of here just to continue to play baseball, and a lot of us have to leave our families and just, we sacrifice a lot as well. So we take pride in coming to the field. We appreciate people that come out. We appreciate the people that put up with, our bad days. Our good days are going to be here, but our bad days as well. And, again, I just want to say thank you to everybody. I mean, Dr. Deitch is here in the house. Without him, I'm not up walking right now. He's awesome. I flew back out here when I was hurt just to be with him and him take care of me. And WellSpan Orthopedics, I appreciate everything. And just the Revs. We've, short time here, but playing against you guys since the first time I played in this league has always been a great place to play. I mean, you can just see like the crowd's intensity, and you being an opposing player, you kind of get some props too if you do some good things. So on that note, I just want to tell the fellas I miss you guys. I love you guys. I mean, we're always going to be in touch. I'll see you guys probably tonight. And, I'm out of here next week. God willing, get back to full health, and they have my 100% support. I mean, that's the biggest part. We got I don't want to call him a catfish Billy, but old chicken hawk here, Ferdinand. he's a young stud here. And again, they we got some older guys here, but older in the sense of baseball terms, not so much age. Don't let that age thing fool you. And some younger guys, Mikey Reynolds. You got Ferdinand here. The lefty pitcher that was just on the mound. What's his last name?
Skurs.
Yeah, Skurs. I'm just I met him. I apologize for not knowing how to say his name, but
it took me a while.
We keep an eye out, and you guys just keep respecting the game of baseball, regardless of the things that go on outside the clubhouse and just things you really can't control. Try not to focus your energy on that, even though things are up and down sometimes. We still have to stay together on that field and respect the game. That baseball field is neutral. It doesn't matter your complexion. It doesn't matter where you come from, how much money you have, how much you don't, all of that. Out there on that field, when you're playing baseball, I mean, the things that go wrong and are, not great in the game come from outside aspects. But just know out there, if you treat the game with as much respect as you would your mother, yourself, and, you keep your faith in the right place, you have to earn your right to complain per se, So if you are going to complain or want to be better, then get up and do something about it. And, keep striving. I mean, respect the other people that are on that field with you, the ones that are on the opposing side, and everybody in between. And the game will respect you back. So on that note, I'm going to say thank you again, Daryl Henry, for letting me be part of your show. And everybody here, it's been a special time. Thank you for treating my family with great respect. I mean, my son loves it here, and, I love it here. So maybe we'll meet again. Maybe we will not, but we'll always have, mutual respect and love. So again, I appreciate it.
You got it, Smitty. We love you as well. Thank you very much for coming in here and spending a few moments with us, and best of luck with the continued rehab. Don't be a stranger.
No,
keep in touch.
I'll flash you a little selfie here and there. That's pun intended. Daryl knows what I'm talking about. Maybe somebody should email him and ask him about that.
Yeah, we had a ritual.
But yes, thank you, and just good luck to the fellas. I mean, I'm pulling for them, and regardless they're losing today, it doesn't mean anything. They still have almost a month left of baseball.
Yeah,
they can get it done. But you really have to go out there and believe that. Not for for other people. Don't put off a fake facade. But if you really believe that and you do what you have to do, they still have the team that can get in there.
Well, Smitty, you're an inspiration, and I know you had a big impact on that clubhouse, so very true words. And again, thank you very much. A fan favorite here. You were a pain when you were with Somerset back in the day, but you became a beloved member of the team here. So obviously what you did last year will live in Rev's lore forever. Legendary moment in team history. And we've got that off-season show, so maybe we'll give you a call and see how things are doing and where you're heading and everything.
Yeah,
but,
we got some things in the works, so we'll definitely be in touch. And the tradition will continue. The legend, it's not over.
Attaboy. Attaboy. Well, enjoy the time with your family, too.
I appreciate it. I will.
Enjoy the
you.
workouts.
I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you, guys.
Sean
Love
Smith
you guys.
joining us here in booth. Love that man. Thanks, Smitty. Thanks for coming in. All right, Sean Smith, a legend in Revs history, on his way out of town here this week, heading back to Arizona. Well, the last half inning, Zach Clark took over for Somerset. Mickey Story's night done after 5. He threw 107 pitches. Clark, the former Camden River Shark, a scoreless bottom of the 6th inning. We were told between innings that Constanza, we had been incorrectly informed. It was speculated that he had been ejected during that little fracas, but they actually had Simmons and Ferdinand warming up to go into the game the previous inning. So Constanza had not been ejected. Apologies for that. We were told that he was. He was not. And Simmons in the game in center, Ferdinand in left as they rest Constanza and Patterson for the rest of the night. Simmons in that inning had a leadoff walk. Valdez then lined out to right. Ferdinand was then caught looking on strikes, and Brandon Boggs then popped up to short. So a scoreless bottom of the 6th inning for Zach Clark out of the Somerset bullpen. Is his 5th appearance with Somerset. He's made 3 starts. And as we head to the 7th inning, Josh Judy will take over. Pitching change, again, brought to you by Maple Donuts. It is a 17-6 Somerset lead. I'll say that as least often as we can, but we do have to provide the occasional update for those just tuning in. But the Revs tonight, they could go 1 inning the rest of the way with the remaining relievers. We'll see as Ricky Claudio swings and misses on a first pitch slider from Judy to begin the 7th. They still have Penny. They still have Vaughn, but Bo worked 2 innings last night. Here's a check swing on a slider, appeal to third, and Claudio held. It would not be out of the realm of possibility. And De La Cruz is upset now, barking at Bill Reuter after asking for the appeal, and De La Cruz has just been ejected. The third base Buzz Albert again. He leads the league in ejections in this place, and he just threw De La Cruz out for something that he must have said down toward third base after that terrible appeal. And Mace wants to know what's going on. He's out. He's got words for Bill on his way to Buzz. Buzz is next. But first, he's in Bill's face at the plate. And now he'll head down to Buzz. And this should present some fireworks. And it'll probably be Fletch managing the team before the night's over. Well, De La Cruz was initially upset that Bill even asked at third when it looked obvious that he went. And then when they appealed to third, Buzz said he didn't go. So De La Cruz was upset. And the Revs, with the ejection of De La Cruz, are probably just as upset that it was the third base ump that threw him out of the game from 100 feet away, and not the guy umpiring behind home plate. Well, Mace is still in the game, but pretty animated discussion, one-sided, with Buzz Albert at third, and now he's back in front of Bill Reuter for some more at home plate. Paniagua's getting the full gear on to come into the game. And De La Cruz, it looked like he said something Buzz's direction, but he's 100 feet away. And sometimes they look for trouble that just doesn't have to be exacerbated. And De La Cruz, some more words for Reuter at the plate before heading off. Paniagua's coming down with all the gear on. Now it's De La Cruz who's out of the game, but this discussion will continue as long as they want it to. And Judy playing catch with the middle infielders. Meanwhile, Mace has been at home plate for a while. Sometimes the manager will say, I'm not leaving until you throw me out. And Bill just won't do it. He's been there for several minutes. What an ugly night. I mean, Buzz could have easily let that go. He's 100 feet away behind third base. And De La Cruz looked like he said something in his direction, but he didn't point. He didn't bring attention to it. He wasn't animated. Unbelievable. So Paniagua's in the game. Here's Claudio, who swings and foul tips a fastball into the glove. It's 1-2. Now Judy kicks and fires, and a fastball, strike three called on the outside corner. One away here in the top of the seventh. Some of the frustration with the quick toss from Buzz at third base is the fact that back on Mother's Day afternoon here in York, he presided over 4 Revs ejections in the same game, one of which was De La Cruz that night, or that day. Here's Adam Donahue, and he takes down and away. Now, Matt Beaver had Mace that day, and then Buzz threw out 3 others. He threw out Thurm from the dugout, Fletch, who was in the middle of a mound visit, and then De La Cruz, as Donahue looks at a slider for a strike. And the ejection of De La Cruz was when, I guess he said something between pitches, but had his head down, didn't bring attention to it. Here's a swing and a roller, left side. Valdez will cut it off to his left from third and makes the throw across for out number 2. But there's perhaps some bad blood between those two from an incident early this season. In fact, I think De La Cruz that day had reached back waiting for a new ball, and that's when he was ejected. And here 3 months later, Buzz gets him from long distance at third, and he didn't do a whole lot. Here's Nate Spears, who looks at a slider that breaks inside. On the 1-0. That misses down and away. That is the Revs' second ejection of the week. Tyrell Harris the other night at Southern Maryland had his season ended an inning earlier than It should have. Here's the 2-0. And a slider cuts in for a strike. Revs had 7 ejections in the month of May. That is only their 4th since. And the 2-1. And a backdoor slider right over the outside corner for ball 3. And a foul back off the net. Now Judy's going to have to throw 4 strikes this at bat to get him. Payoff pitch, and there's strike 4. Got him swinging on a slider down and in. 1-2-3, top of the 7th with some more theatrics. 7th inning stretch. Believe it or not, we're here already. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It's 17-6, Somerset.
End of summer got you down? York Mitsubishi's got something that'll pick you up. With their end of summer sale going on now. York Mitsubishi's end of summer sale means huge discounts and rebates on every new car in their inventory. York Mitsubishi has the 2015 Outlander Sport ES as low as $16,995. Available in both front and 4-wheel drive. And financing for as low as 0% for up to 6 whole years. And a $500 factory rebate. Or drive away in a new 2015 Mitsubishi Mirage that gets 44 miles per gallon, starting as low as $11,995. And the all-new 2016 Mitsubishi Outlander ES, now in stock at York Mitsubishi, starting at just $22,995. Standard with 7-passenger seating, with 0% financing and a $500 rebate. A surefire way to cure those end-of-summer blues. And every Outlander Sport, Outlander, Mirage comes with Mitsubishi's 10-year, 100,000-mile limited drivetrain warranty. Don't miss out on York Mitsubishi's end-of-summer sale. Just off Route 30 in Roosevelt Avenue. Online at YorkMitsubishi.com, where Mitsubishis always cost less. Outlander Sport and Mirage special pricing includes all factory rebates and door discounts. Excludes tax tag and destination charge.
Listen up, people. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
He's a professional.
Rex Ryan, the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. Many people are mentioning that Tyrod Taylor may have a shot at gaining this starting job. Would you say that he does?
Absolutely, I would. I think, nothing's been decided. Obviously we haven't even been in pads yet, but, nobody's really taken that thing to say, hey, this is definitely the number one guy.
The Rich Eisen Show. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Bottom of the 7th, 17-6. Somerset leads. Zach Clark will remain in for his second inning of relief. It'll be Perez, Calderon, and Nash due up. Andres Perez to get things started. 2 for 3 tonight, a double and a run scored. Clark's first pitch of the inning is chopped foul, third base side. On our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard, Lancaster is on the board, but trailing 7-3 in the 8th inning at Southern Maryland. Sugarland leading Bridgeport 4-3 in the 9th. There's a pitch in the dirt that bounces away. Camden a 3-2 win at Long Island, snapping the Ducks' 4-game winning streak. And we will keep you updated on the Lancaster-Southern Maryland game. Oh, chin music on Perez. Although it was a changeup, it was only 76 on the board. It was straight, so out of his hand initially. Wasn't sure if that was a headhunt or not, but it was off speed. I would think that we're done with all of that for the night. There actually never was any head hunting. Here's a ground ball to short, right at Andino. His throw is high, and they say that Donahue at first base came down on the bag in time. And Perez is out for out number 1. And looking at the replay, it looks like he did get the foot down. No, 1 away. Yeah, that's the thing about that bench clearing incident. There never was any real obvious throwing at anyone as Calderon takes inside. There were words exchanged, although they did come up and in on Telvin Nash a couple of times, and his at bat in the 5th right before that. And then words were exchanged afterward as Calderon takes low. But nobody got beaned. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And it's over for a strike. Calderon tonight 0 for 3. Does have a run scored. Two-1. And a swing and a miss on a high fastball. The 2-2. Yeah, that's just off the plate away. There will be Nash on deck. He will bat for the first time since the skirmish. On the 3-2. And a swing, and Calderon just got a piece, fouling it back. Another full count offering. And a miss down low. Calderon draws the walk. And he's a 1-out base runner. Again, tonight is game 2 on a stretch where these two teams play 14 of their final 30 against each other. So they'll be seeing way more than enough of one another. And here's Nash, who, if I had to guess, it seemed was not happy with the way he was pitched, as a fastball is taken for a strike. It was an 11-2 game, and all he was getting was breaking stuff, and he seemed to take exception to that as he swings and lines a base hit to center, right past Clark and up the middle, and he's got his second hit of the night. Calderon to second. It's first and second with 1 out. He seemed to take exception to that, and then it was after that that they went up and in on him twice in a row, and that's when things developed. It wasn't anything that was obvious or plain to everyone watching, but here's Paniagua for his first at bat. He takes down low. It seemed to center around that. Again, though, no beanballs tonight. A 1-0. And a swing and a pop-up foul out of play, first base side. Last time when these two teams exchanged unpleasantries back in May, there was some beanballing. 1-1 pitch, and it's down and outside. The Revs have now used their entire position player bench unit, aside from Brian Pounds, as Paniagua takes a strike. Pounds coming back tonight from attending a wedding. He'll probably be in the lineup tomorrow. And by the way, Bo Vaughn is now the Revs bullpen catcher with Paniagua in the game and De La Cruz tossed. 2-2. Swung on and fouled off, first base side. Overall, Clark 2-6, a 6.45 ERA this season. He deals, and a swing and a chopper toward the middle, and cut off at second, and a glove flip by Nate Spears to Andino covering for out number 2. Spears cut it off up the middle, and he flipped it backward to Andino. A fantastic play for the second out. Things seem to have chilled out as Andino gave Nash a playful noogie on top of his helmet. You should probably wear a helmet if you're going to get a noogie. It probably would help. Here's Mikey Reynolds. And first and third, and he gets drilled. Well, now we've got one. First pitch, nailed him in the front shoulder. And that gets everybody's attention again. Oh, they had a base open. It was the first pitch of the at-bat. It was a fastball, and it was right at him. Well, all of the signs would add up. Stretches his left arm out as he approaches first base. That one got him solidly. You wonder if there was a message behind that one. Granted, it was only 86. Here's James Simmons. Bases loaded. First pitch is swung on and missed as it bounces out of Skelton's glove. And if there was anything behind that last one, it's right after Andino gave Nash that playful shove at second base, and I thought we were all good. False alarm. Here's a swing and a tap foul behind the plate. And it's 0-2 on Simmons, who walked in his only trip to the plate. Stretch, and the 0-2 fastball, strike 3 called. Well, now the high strike's available. No runs, 1 hit, bases left loaded. We'll go to the 8th tonight. Somerset on top, 17-6.
Nobody can turn your backyard into a backyard paradise better than Paradise Landscaping and Hardscaping. The outdoor pros at Paradise offer full outdoor maintenance, landscaping, hardscape design and installation. And when it comes to fall planting, mulching, and cleaning up fallen leaves, you're in luck, Revs fans. Call before September 1st to schedule your fall cleanup and clean up with 10% off. Estimates are free, fully insured. Call 577-6234 or check them out on Facebook. Paradise Landscaping and Hardscaping in York.
WellSpan has helped many professional, student, and recreational athletes stay at the top of their game. And they can do the same for you. Our winning team offers everything from concussion management and sports nutrition to physical therapy and more. For more information, call 877-482-5420 or visit wellspan.org/sportsmedicine.
Get into the ball game with great savings and great weekly specials at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Use your gold card every time you shop and you'll automatically receive your savings and rewards. And you'll get incredible deals on the new Best Yet brand products at Nell's, Saubles, Wetzel's, Chris's New Oxford, and Stauffer's Downingtown markets. So get into the game with some great savings at all your favorite neighborhood family markets. Always a hit and always a great catch.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the 8th, 17-6, Somerset. Bo Vaughn came in to warm up Stephen Penny, who takes over next. Now Paniagua back out there after being on the bases when the inning ended. The Penny is in. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. On our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard, Lancaster trails 7-4. They're going to the 9th in Waldorf tonight. Our attendance tonight, 5,781. 57-81 after over 6,200 were here last night. James Skelton to lead off. He's 2 for 4, a 3-run homer, 4 RBIs total. And the first pitch of the inning is over for a strike. The 0-1 and a splitter, breaks down low. Our game and Lancaster's game, the only two still going. Sugarland's beaten Bridgeport 4-3. That's the 5th straight night. Sugarland's beaten Bridgeport. Long Island loses at home to Camden 3-2. Here's a tapper foul behind the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now the pitch, and it's up and in as Skelton bends backward. 2-2. Penny fires and a swing and a foul back, not out of play, against the screen it was. Remember back in 2012 we had a game here early that season where we had a bench clearing incident. Somebody from Somerset showboated a home run. Can't even remember who it was. That's how big of an impact he had. But the Revs came back and won that game. It was a pitch down low, 3-2. And Stephen Douglas, who wasn't here for very long, but he hit one onto the clubhouse roof that night that helped secure the victory. Stood there and watched it fly. The payoff pitch, and it's hit on the ground. 1 hop to short. Mikey's got it, fires it across, and 1 away. Now a ground out to start the 8th. These two teams have been rivals over the years. A couple of playoff get-togethers, an epic series in 2010. And one of those other heated nights in 2012. That was a heck of an early season moment when Stephen Douglas hit that one that won it. Here's Robert Andino, who takes a strike. He is 2 for 5 tonight, a pair of RBI singles. Well, the 0-1, and a splitter tumbles down in the dirt. Penny 3-4, a 3.57 ERA, 44 games. This is Rev's record 209th appearance all time. 1-1 pitch and a fastball right there for a strike. Not a bad offensive night for the Revs tonight. 6 runs on 12 hits. Somerset, 17 runs on 15 hits. 1-2, and it just missed down low. Revs pitchers have walked 7 tonight, couple of errors as well. 2-2, and a foul back against the net. Revs season high for walks in a game is 8. Penny the stretch, he fires and is swinging a chopper to third, backing up is Valdez. He gloves it cleanly, and a long throw across is right on target. 2 up, 2 down on ground balls here in the 8th. On our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard, 2 outs, nobody on for Lancaster in the top of the 9th. Down 7-4. They were down 7-0 until scoring 4 in the 8th, but down to their final out. Barnstormers cast off. Cody Epley is trying to save it against his former team. Here is Aaron Eggleston, who takes a strike. The 0-1. And a fastball strike over the outside corner. Eggleston 1 for 4, a double, a run scored. Also reached on a hit by pitch tonight. Oh 2, and a swing and a foul back and out of play. Well, tomorrow Frank Gailey will look to restore some order. R.J. Seidel, who had been in their bullpen, will make the start for Somerset his 10th. Another 0-2, and it misses upstairs. Tomorrow, Daredevil night. Motorcycle stunt rider on a tightrope. So come out early to see that. Mad Chad, the chainsaw juggler. 1-2, and a swing and a foul the other way, out over the left field side. Tickets on sale, YorkRevolution.com, 717-801-HITS, and the Apple Chevrolet ticket office. And then it is on the road for 7 more, 3 in Lancaster, and 4 more against these guys. Here's a fastball and a strike 3 called inside corner. And Penny with a 1-2-3, top of the 8th. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th tonight. Revs still trailing the Patriots 17-6.
Providing quality services efficiently and in a timely manner to its clients is the mission of the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Solomon & Calkins. GSLSC is equipped to handle any real estate transactions, leases, residential and commercial real estate settlements, zoning issues, and all matters involving municipalities. They are also experienced in the formation and operation of family real estate ventures that are tax sensitive to the needs of the investors. Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Solomon & Calkins is an approved title insurance agency and can provide you with title insurance and legal representation at one low cost when buying a home or investment property. Don't risk any real estate settlement without an experienced real estate attorney from the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Solomon & Calkins at your side. Phone 717-757-7602. They've been handling residential and commercial real estate matters in South Central Pennsylvania for more than 50 years. With mortgage interest rates at an all-time low, now is the time to buy or refinance. Phone 717-757-7602 today or visit their website, gslsc.com.
Hey, sports fans, great news. Now you can listen to Sports Radio 1350 anywhere with the new WOIK mobile apps. Stranded in Siberia? No problem. Kidnapped by wolves? It's not as bad as you may think. Wherever you are, WOIK is with you on the brand new mobile apps. York's only local sports station just went mobile and global. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. First in York, first in sports. The revolution plays here. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Revs trail 17-6. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Left-hander Buddy Boshears, the new pitcher for Somerset. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. We got a couple of defensive changes as well that we'll pass along. It is a final from Southern Maryland. Lancaster falls 7-4 on our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. So Revs at worst will only still be 3.5 out. Madison Bohr roughed up in the loss. 4 innings, 5 runs. He walked 4, gave up 6 hits. Daryl Thompson got the win, 7 scoreless. So Wilson Valdez stands in and takes inside. Valdez 1 for 4, a bunt hit and a run scored tonight. The 1-0 pitch, and that's over for a strike. New third baseman for Somerset is Jose Garcia. The 1-1, and a swing and a miss. Valdez chasing in the dirt. Garcia will lead off the 9th for them and get an at-bat. Bo's got the full catcher's gear on down in the Revs bullpen. And I believe there will be a position player coming in to pitch. A 1-2, and that misses high and away. Daryl Thompson in that game for Southern Maryland, 7 scoreless, 1 walk, 7 Ks, scattered 7 hits. So again, at worst, York will still be 3.5 back. Well, Boshear's ready. The 2-2, and a swing and a miss on a slider in the dirt. Skelton blocks and applies the tag. And there's one away. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Revolution Radio.
First in York, first in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350, WOIK, York, Pennsylvania.
Now 1 down. Here's Nick Ferdinand, who was caught looking his first time up. And the first pitch from Boshears is up high. Actually, it looks like it'll be Matt Neal coming in, not a position player. So I guess they held Neal from his normal bullpen session today and had him available to help the bullpen tonight. Here's a breaking ball for a strike. 1-1. They had done that earlier this week also during the road trip with all the extra inning games as Ferdinand swings and misses. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Brandon Boggs on deck. He is due to bat this inning as well. 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Got him on a high fastball. And Boshears with a pair of strikeouts here in the bottom of the 8th. By the way, our coming up after our postgame will join our 3rd NFL preseason game in progress here on Sports Radio 1350 this August. I have a real humdinger between the Raiders and the Vikings to be joined at the conclusion of ours as Brandon Boggs swings and lines a base hit to center. And he's got his 3rd hit of the night. First pitch swinging and lined it right past Boshears and into shallow center. And on base for the 4th time. So again, at the conclusion, we'll join the Vikings and the Raiders, continuing our NFL coverage. All season long, doubleheaders every Sunday and select primetime games as well. Here is Andres Perez, who's 2 for 4 with a double and a run scored. Actually, it's Spears who's out of the game. Vidal went from 3rd to 2nd, and Garcia is in at 3rd base. Here's Perez. He looks at a slider for a strike. So Vidal still will hit next inning. Garcia hopefully will not. The 0-1, and it breaks down low. Garcia will take Spears' place in the 9 spot in the order. The 1-1 breaking ball, that's inside. By the way, Perez double in the 5th inning, adding to his Revs record, the 99th double of his Revs career. 2-1, and a swing and a miss on a breaking ball. The next one will make him the first to 100. He set the Revs career record for doubles way back in early June, so he's held that one for a while, now on the cusp of 100. And a fastball up and in makes it 3-2. Boggs will have the head start from first. And Dre entered the night 1 off the league lead in extra base hits, so depending on what others have done, he might be tied for first. Pitch here is looped to right, and that'll drop for a hit. His 3rd hit of the game, and Boggs will continue all the way on to 3rd base. A broken bat brought to you by Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. And if you have an ash tree, then emerald ash borer is a concern of yours. It's destroying ash trees all across the country. And Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care has the treatment. Visit heritagelawnandlandscape.com. They also handle all of your additional tree care, lawn care, and landscaping needs. Here's Jacob Calderon with 1st and 3rd. Inning continues on a pair of 2-out hits, and he looks at a first pitch strike. And he looks back and says to Bill Reuter that that ball was up. The high strike tonight has been a little inconsistent. The 0-1, and a swing and a bouncer off the plate. A high hop to the pitcher. He waits for it to come down and fires to first. It's Calderon by a stride to end the inning. No runs on 2 hits and 2 runners left. We go to the 9th inning tonight. Somerset in front, 17-6.
Payne doesn't take Sunday off. Neither do we. We're open weekdays 8 to 8 and weekends 9 to 6. Just walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics. 2319 South George Street in York, across from the Apple Hill Health Campus. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today.
Are you getting pumped for another year of high school football? Well, all this month, Sports Radio 1350 WOYK lays it all out for you in the High School Football Spotlight. Presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Catch a preview every day in August on Sports Radio 1350 as we break down the teams and the players of the 2015 York Adams League. Or go to WOYK1350.com to access this year's complete lineup of high school football previews. Then, this fall, every Friday night, it's the High School Football Game of the Week. Presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine and only here on Sports Radio 1350.
We're everywhere. Listen on the go with the WOYK mobile apps. Download today at WOYK1350.com.
Summer is about taking time for what really matters. Spending time with the family, enjoying nature's beauty, having a healthy lawn you can be proud of, plus the time to enjoy it. With Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, you get world-class environmentally responsible lawn care from a hometown team. The result is a vibrant, beautiful lawn that turns heads and boosts curb appeal. Visit us at heritagelawnandlandscape.com.
Your home for Revolution Baseball. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the ninth, Matt Neal will take over. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. And he will, on a side day, work an inning in the game to help the cause. He was outstanding in the game at Southern Maryland on Thursday that was suspended due to rain. 5 innings, 1 hit, 1 unearned run. David Vidal up first. First pitch of the inning is up high. His stats from Thursday's game won't be reflected until that game is completed on September 11th. There's the 1-0 and a slider bends across for a strike. And Vidal 1 for 5 on the night. An RBI single off the right field fence back in the second inning. Pitch and a fastball right there for a strike. 1-2. Mace indicated that when that game is resumed, it'll be the bullpen beginning in the 6th, but Neal pitched very well. Here's a swing and a slicer foul into the front of the picnic area in right through a guy's hands. Stood up trying to catch it barehanded. Neal facing 3, 4, and 5 in the order here. A 1-2. Swing and a miss. Pops out of Paniagua's glove, but Vidal is walking away. And Neal with a slider. It was either a short slider or a hard cutter. One or the other. He gets Vidal swinging, though, and it's the Somerset infielder's 3rd strikeout of the night. Couple of ground outs. He's now 1 for 6. Here's Michael Burgess, who's 2 for 4, a homer, a double. First pitch fastball is right there for a strike at 89. He's driven in 2. He has scored 3. He also reached on a walk. The 0-1, and that's down in the dirt. Paniagua backhand pick on it. Revs pitchers now with 13 strikeouts as a staff tonight. 1-1, and a swing and a miss, a fastball away at 91. And Neal in relief seems like he's cutting it loose a little bit more so. doesn't have to pace himself for a start. He can just air it out here in this one inning. A 1-2, breaking ball, fouled, back to the net. Revs 13 strikeouts, ties a season high as a staff for a single game, 9 innings anyway. They had 15 in an extra inning game in June. Pitch and a breaking ball down and in, 2-2. Also, the 8 relievers ties a team record for the 4th time, 3rd time this season, and 2nd time this week. The stretch and the 2-2. Swung on, chop, leaping grab by Matt Neal. He'll underhand to first for the 2nd out. Very nicely done by the 6'6" righty, reaching full extension up above the cap. And 2 down in the top of the 9th. Show the replay on the board. He got up. He's also working solely from the stretch. Here's Mike Wilson, and his slider sits a little high. Wilson, who has scored 4 runs tonight. A 1-0 pitch, a slider, that one's called a strike. Wilson, a 2-run homer, 2 singles, a walk. He's 3 for 4. And the only other opponent to score 4 in a game against York this season is he swings and pops this one up. And Perez from second calls off Nash. And in shallow right, squeezes it. So 1-2-3, top of the 9th for Matt Neal. Very nicely done. To finish the thought, the only other opponent who scored 4 in one game, Chris Marrero of Somerset, when the Patriots scored 17 here back in May. But Revs pitchers have retired the last 12 that they've faced, settling things down anyway. We go to the bottom of the 9th. It's 17-6, Somerset.
When she looks up and says, "Dad, I'm playing field hockey," try not to show fear. She's quite capable of joining that fury of females churning down field, sticks in hand, ready to conquer and crush the opposition. In fact, in her mind, she's been ready to play. But you won't be ready until you take her to Flying Feet sports shoes. Flying Feet. Flying Feet is the one place that makes sense of all the sports your kids are into, especially field hockey footwear. No, it's not just sneakers, Dad. She'll need shin guards and socks, and don't forget hockey balls, stick bags, grip tape, and hockey sticks from Dita and Gray's Cranberry. Flying Feet covers every player, every size, every ability, even goalie sticks. Dad, you're about to get an education on the art of fierce female competitive instinct, but Flying Feet can help you navigate that treacherous turf. They've been outfitting field hockey players and entire teams since your wife played back in '83. Flying Feet. Flying Feet sports shoes, 1511 Mount Rose Avenue, York, just off exit 11 of I-83.
Waking up with the Zabe. The Steve Zabin Show.
When Mike Weir finally won the Masters as a lefty, it had broken like some 70-year stretch or something like that with no lefties winning. But since Mike Weir took the lid off lefties, 6 of the last 12 Masters tournaments have been won by southpaws. Behold, your stat of the day.
Join me, Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Your county, your teams. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Bottom of the 9th, 17-6 Somerset. Right-hander Gus Schlosser is their new pitcher. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Talvin Nash up first. And the first one is outside. Schlosser a 3/4 angle. Slings it up there. Here's the 1-0. And that's in at the knees for a strike. His 5th appearance with Somerset. 1 win, no losses, 4 2/3 innings, 4 runs. He's walked 4. 1-1, and that's over for a strike. Schlosser, a 6'4" righty, and only 26 years old, but was in the majors just last season. 15 games with Atlanta. Here's the 1-2, and a swing and a miss. Gets Nash on a fastball. 1 away here in the bottom of the 9th. Nash 2 for 4 on the night. Schlosser, 15 big league games last year, 0-1, an ERA over 7.5, but just to be there is pretty good. Here's Paniagua, who's 0 for 1. First pitch, called strike at the knees. We're in that neighborhood. Well, the 0-1. And a breaking ball lined into left. The base hit. Sat back long enough and hooked it into left. And Paniagua with the Revs' 13th hit of the night. Came in hitting .346 his last 13 games. Or, I'm sorry, 15th hit of the night. How dare I sell them short. Failed to account for the 2 hits last inning. Here's Mikey Reynolds, who was beaned his last time up. But he's 2 for 2 and on base all 4 times. He takes a first pitch strike. Had a 2 RBI hit back in the 5th. Pitch, and that's in for a strike. 0-2. There's the 0-2 offering, and it's off the plate away. Schlosser was at AA with the Rockies earlier this year. 28 outings, 3 starts at New Britain. Pitch, and a little low, 2-2. He was 7-4, but his ERA was pushing 5. Two, and a swing and a foul tip held on to. On a fastball down. That is the first time that Mikey's been retired all night. And 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. James Simmons coming up. He's walked and struck out. The Revs will fall to 1-8 against Somerset with this loss. First pitch is way outside, straight to the backstop. Paniagua will move up on a wild pitch. The 1-0, and a swing and a miss on a fastball. Only 17 runs allowed. Second time that has happened this season, both times against Somerset here at home. Ties the most given up by York. There's a fastball down low. Revs pitchers retiring the final 12, though. It's been the weirdest night in so many ways. The 2-1, and a swing and a miss on a fastball. The Revs down to their final strike. We do have post-game fireworks coming up. 2-2. And a swing and a foul off Simmons' foot. Hopefully that didn't get him too badly as he croquets it away. It's the last thing anybody needs at the end of a game like this. He seems fine and climbs back in. Schlosser back to the plate, and a swing and a foul tip squeezed, and that'll do it. Gus Schlosser gives up a base hit in the ninth, but strikes out the side, and Somerset takes the first two games in this series. Tonight they win on a rather testy evening here at Santander Stadium by a final score of 17-6. Stay tuned, post-game show follows next.
Hi, this is Tom Dasher, President of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in retirement planning and strategies to meet individual personal goals. Whether you are looking for wealth accumulation or to maximize your retirement income. Oh, heck, this is sounding just like another commercial. Hey, listen, it's this simple. We use risk-free investment vehicles, whether you are looking to still build wealth accumulation or you want retirement income or a combination of both. It is all about getting your money parked in the place that will benefit you the most. If you want to do that, call me. My office number is 246-3879, or my mobile is 487-2096, or contact me at my new website at tomdasher.com.
Broadway transmission? I don't know how they do it.
We've been in business for 60 years at the same location.
I don't know how they do it.
It's our long-term nationwide warranties.
Oh, and don't forget our online appointment scheduling.
I still don't know how they do it.
They toted my van at no cost with my repair.
It's our ATRA certified technicians. Don't forget the good-looking genius in the office.
Come on, man!
I know they help me with financing. Still, with my bad credit, I don't know how they do it.
I did my research and felt comfortable that Broadway is a AAA approved specialty repair shop. I showed my AAA card and saved some hard-earned cash.
I was happy to get a $100 rebate in the mail after the job was done.
I sure don't know how they do it, but I do know they get it done, and they get it done right.
Broadway transmission. We'll get your shift together and back on the road fast. Check us out on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
Maple Donuts knows that there comes a point in every kid's summer when the feeling of unfettered freedom begins to fold up faster than a picnic blanket at the first drop of an unexpected summer storm. Charlie and his Maple Donuts team understand that all too soon, lazy mornings on the sofa, splashing in the pool, and weeknight sleepovers